Okay, we are here. Hello friends, I think you were waiting for me only, and we are here live. Yeah. Yeah, hello everyone. Good to have you here, guys. Okay, so we are in back in action here. Vidit has started the game. Adhiban and Vidit are going to play together, guys, and they started with this opening. Welcome everyone, all of you. Whoever is here, don't forget to like the stream so that more people will also join us. Sorry for a little bit 1 or 2 minutes delay, but we are now live and we are going to enjoy our Legends games today. The Beast against VD. Okay, knight c3 d6. This is the King's Indian defense, guys. King's Indian opening, and as far as I know, Adhiban has played King's Indian quite a lot, so it is like his main opening, main weapon. And Vidit always likes to play knight of 3 g3 bishop g2 setup, so it will be very interesting to see. Two friends are playing against each other. They are trying to get the qualifying spot in the 4th round. It will be very interesting. So castles, and now a6 has been played. Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Thank you very much for being there. And we will be having more interesting matches also. Harika is also playing today against a very strong opponent, plus our Nihal is playing, then Pragg is playing, so Harikrishna is also playing. So we'll be looking at all of their games. So this is the opening which has been played here. We'll go to the other game. We'll check it out what is happening in Harikrishna's game. And e4 c5, knight of 3 d6, bishop b5. Interesting. He is not allowing any kind of other openings like d4 cd4, then open Sicilian will be there, but he went for bishop to b5, and now bishop d7, c4, a6. He captures on d7, knight d7, and knight c3. After some time, Harikrishna is definitely going to play d4 in this situation, c into d4 and knight into d4. That will be interesting, guys. So let's see what happens. We'll check it out other games also, guys. So whoever new are here, don't forget to like the stream, okay? And let's enjoy the games together. Fi means Fide instructor, guys. Fi means Fide instructor. That's what I will say. Yeah, Suhas, definitely I'll be replying to you guys, definitely. Okay, if any relevant question is there, definitely I will definitely reply to all of you. Thanks for being there. That's what I will say. Okay, the matches are just started, guys. It's going to be something interesting after some time, but now we are going to just b3. Nihal has played b3 against Andrekin, guys. Nihal has played b3 against Andrekin, and he also replied with b6 move, e4, bishop to b3, and knight c3. Adhiban must be very happy after looking at this game. I hope that they are playing in the same hall. Then this b3 must be Adhiban's preparation for Nihal. Miss, they like, I know like they are all our friends and they must be helping each other. So this might be it's going to be interesting. Of course, Srinath is there. Srinath is helping all of our friends. Like, okay, we'll check it out. Praggnanandha's game, e4. He started with a very principled. And one thing I want to tell you about his opponent, Michal Krasenko. He is a pretty strong player, guys. He is a little bit old, 58 years old, but he was a legend in chess. He already had 2700 rating at some point, and he was among the top 10 players in the world in his prime time. Now he is very old. So this is the battle of generations, I will say. Pragg against Michal Krasenko. Adhiban's opening. Yeah, b3 is his opening. b3, he used to play b3. Knight captures on e5. This is the Petrov defense. Knight came back to f3 square. Knight captures on e4, bishop d3. Interesting. Here other replies are d4, obviously, d5, then bishop d3, then bishop d6, castles, and then c4, c6. All these are like very standard way to play. Arey Mayur, thanks for being there. Yeah, haircut and all. Yeah, new haircut. I was kind of bored to have long hair, so I cut it them now. Yeah, Shreyas is also here. Thanks Shreyas for being there. Yesterday also you were there. GM Abhijit, really? Bishop d3, knight went back, and then castling was done. Bishop to e7, rook e1. He's putting some pressure over here, and now castles bishop to f1. I think he played this kind of thing because he wants to play d4 at some point, and he wanted to just bring this bishop here. Now g3, bishop g2 is always one of the ideas, and the bishop on f1 will be supporting everything on this side of the board. So I won't be surprised if like Pragg starts with all the attacking moves on this side of the board. Okay, let's see what he is going to play. Yeah. Fide instructor means a certified chess coach, okay, recognized by the World Chess Federation. For that you need to have more than 2000 rating, and you need to give some exam, and in that exam you need to pass. So my rating is more than 2000, means Fide rating, and I have good experience as a coach also, so that's why I passed that exam, and then I have that title. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you for being there. So guys, one thing is left, Harika's game. We want to check it out. This game also. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. Rai Lopez opening has been played. She is playing against Gunina. Okay, of course, Harika is more favorite. Like she is the favorite in this situation because she is high rated player. So castles, bishop e7, rook to e1, b5, and most probably bishop will go to b3 square. But it will be interesting what they are going to do after some time. Like, is she going to place the bishop to b7 square, or they are going to have positions like d6 and then knight a5, c5 and c3? We'll check it out after some time. Oh, Mayur is explaining everything quite properly. Fide trainer. Yes, so you can see like I am from low to high, so I'm at second number. Okay, coming back to Adhiban's game, there is some improvement in the situation. d6 has been played, knight f3, knight c6, castles a6, bishop f4. I think Vidit is stopping e5 straight away. That's the one thing. And whenever a6 is played, rook b8 is next played, because black is actually preparing for b5 move here, guys. Okay. Thank you very much, Mayur. We were missing you yesterday. Karthik was asking where is Mayur. I said like maybe he will come after some days or something. He is a little bit off. Yesterday we were streaming about tiebreaks, as well as Anand and Kramnik's match also we covered. So at night we were missing you. I'm glad that you are here. I'm glad that you are here. And guys, do like the stream, because your support is much more needed here for our channel. This is our channel is growing slowly and gradually, but your support is much more appreciated here. Okay, I hope that you will stick around with me and enjoy the games of our Indian stars. We'll be having look at other games also, like Magnus Carlsen is playing. So h6 has been played here. What might be the idea of h6? Well, h6, I think maybe Adhiban wants to play g5. That can be one of the ideas. Or maybe king to h7, and the position will be okay, because queen d2, whenever you play, the attack was there. Another idea can be knight h7 and playing f5, but that is little bit unlikely to be played on the board. And one more thing is there, that in this kind of position, knight d7 followed by e5 is also played. So let's see whether he is going to play g5, knight d7, or is he going to play b5 at some point. We'll wait for a while. We'll wait for a while about those things. Let's check Carlsen's game, because he is playing against his countryman, just like Adhiban and Vidit are playing. Same way Carlsen and Aryan Thari are playing against each other. Both are from Norway. Obviously, Carlsen is way too much stronger than Aryan Thari, but let's see. You never know. Sometimes a player can play amazing chess on any given day, because Aryan Thari is also 2600 player, so anything can happen. But Carlsen is clear favorite, that's what I will say. Okay, they have played English opening. Whenever c4 move is played, it is called as the English opening. What's your prediction for this game, VD versus AD? Well, prediction, I don't know. I support VD, that's what I will say. prediction I cannot really do. We'll check it out. So now we will check out other games also. White Azek is playing against Matlako here. D4 and F6, E6, and okay, Catalan. Well, interesting. Friends, I have made one video related to with this game, which was Catalan defense only. If you want to check it out, then you can check out that video also. I just published it before some time, so you can check out that video also. A6, A4, bishop to D7. This maneuvering like bishop D7, bishop C6 is getting very famous, because we have seen this thing in Anish Giri's game, then in Vidit's game also, in other top players games also. This is something which they are playing, like in Praggnanandha's game also we have seen this thing. So this is going to be the strongest variation, I think, the topic of discussion in this World Cup. The main point of bishop d7, bishop c6 is to neutralize this bishop on g2. Once you neutralize the bishop on g2, then black's task will be little bit you can say easy. Okay, so now he plays bishop g5, knight d7, knight c3, h6. He captures this thing, and now a5. This kind of restraining moves are also very important. He plays a5. White Azek, by the way, White Azek Radosław is famous, very famous player from Poland, and he was second, means now also he sometimes work with Vishy Anand. He was the second with Vishy Anand for his 2 world championship matches. So his opening knowledge is tremendous, guys. He helped Vishwanathan Anand in his world championship preparation. So White Azek is playing with the white pieces against Matlako. My favorite one is White Azek here in this situation. Okay, we'll come back to Indian games now. There is a little bit improvement here. Rook e8, d4, c6, and then c4. This is what I was talking about at this situation. D4, so I even made some arrows here in this situation, and now they are almost at that same position which we were talking about before some time. Karthik Narayan English. I hope that my English is okay, that you can understand. If there is any problem was there, please let me know if you are not understanding anything. I hope that you are understanding. Okay, coming back to the game, knight to d7. Black is obviously trying to get more control in the center. White will play knight to c3, and bishop will definitely go to, I think, f4, h3, and bishop might just hold on to this diagonal. This might be one of the ideas in this situation. Okay, what's happening in Nihal's game? Nihal has played bishop to b2. This game is going quite slowly, I will say. They are not playing too fast, because like basically Andrekin is taking a lot of time. Nihal is playing quite fast. He is already on 1 hour 30 minutes. He has not used that much time, but Andrekin is playing a little bit slowly. Maybe he was a little bit surprised with b3 move. He was not expecting this b3, I guess so. Means, what do you think, guys? b3 was not at all expected from Nihal, but okay, he played that move. That's why he's going slowly and gradually in this situation. Yeah, English opening definitely. e6 has been played in Harikrishna's game. I guess so. d4 will be played here, or do you think that he will just wait with d3 and bishop e3? We never know. If he wants to get open position, then definitely he'll go for d4, cd4, knight d4, and if he wants to play a little bit slowly, then the option of b3, bishop to b2, putting this bishop on this diagonal is also one of the option in this situation. Another idea can be d3 followed by bishop to e3. This is also there, because see, in this situation, I have played this situation, means this position, particular position from black side, and I feel like black is using restraining strategy. Like he will put his pieces, all the pieces in first 3 ranks here, and then after some time, whenever he gets the chance, he will try to open up the situation, maybe with the moves like d5 or b5. This might be possible in future. Yeah, Carlsen's, thank you very much, that if you are understanding, I hope so. b3 is more of a rapid game opening according to me. Yeah, Karthikeyan, that is there, but if you are well prepared and if you want to surprise your opponent, then b3 can be one of the moves, because b3 doesn't have any weaknesses. It doesn't have any weaknesses. You are just going to develop your bishop. And one more thing I would like to tell you, that there was a player called as Bent Larsen. He used this particular b3 variation in his many top level games, and he was the world championship challenger also. He played in the world championship, and he frequently played b3 move. So like, you cannot really just discard b3 as rapid opening. It is definitely you can try it out, but the thing is that you should have good knowledge. If you don't have knowledge, and if you are just playing for the sake of surprising your opponent at this level, then it's not a good idea. Okay, h6. After that, they have not played anything. Let's check it out what is happening in Harikrish, like okay, Harika's game. They have proceeded something b5. Oh, nice. b5, bishop b3, d6, and now a4 has been played. Okay, here Gunina is playing anti Rai Lopez, like this. She's not allowing the usual stuff. They are going for something. Whenever a4 is played, you're not playing the usual stuff, because usually after, I'll just tell you, like after this d6 move, h3 will be played, and maybe h3, or first we can play here c3. After c3, black usually castles, and now h3 is played, because bishop g4 should be stopped before you go for the d4. And now knight a5, bishop to c2, and c5 will be played, then d4, and then queen c7. This is the usual stuff which happens in this Rai Lopez opening. But okay, whenever white plays a4 move, which is played in the game, it is anti Rai Lopez. Like, you are not allowing the usual Rai Lopez setup which black players take with knight a5 and c5 and all those stuff, because whenever you go for such things, we have a into b5, a into b5, and the knight really cannot capture on b3, because the rook on a8 will be hanging all the time. It will be hanging. So guys, do like the stream. If you are new here, guys, don't be a little bit कंजूस, I will say. थोड़ा सा support करिए, ठीक है? Your support is much more needed for our channel, because it is just a growing channel, and we are streaming after a long time, so we are having a little bit limited number of viewers here. But if you support the channel, if you like the stream, then it will reach to more people, and you can ask me any questions, because there are less number of people are here. You can ask me any questions related to chess, and I'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions. Okay, coming back to Adhiban's game. After that, a6. Okay, he is still thinking here. He's still thinking. Vidit is thinking what to do. Adhiban is playing very tricky chess, I'll say. Adhiban is playing a6, h6. He's just waiting. He's not doing anything quickly, like taking the breakthroughs in the center of the board or what. He's waiting in this situation. Thank you, Chinmay Bhau. Thank you very much for being there. You always come on the stream and you message something good. That keeps me motivated, I'll say. Thank you very much. Okay, d5 has been played on the board, and Adhiban goes for e5. Center is very important in King's Indian. If you just give up the center to white pieces, then like, okay, you are gone. So e5 needs to be played. That's why in many of the setups, before white goes for the d5, black players usually play e5. But here Vidit has stopped e5 move very cleverly. He put his bishop here, knight here, and the pawn is here, so he had to wait for a while. Now d5 has been played, e5. There are two options. One is like we can capture on the c6, or the end passant can also happen. We'll check it out what he's going to do. Another thing is, obviously, you can just get the bishop back in this situation, bishop to d2 or something. That is also a possibility in this situation. Okay, so Vidit is going to think for a while before he makes his move. Let's check out what is happening in other games. Okay, I want to look at Daniel Dubois' game also, because he is a very creative player, and yesterday he had a great match against Gukesh. Gukesh gave a great fight, I'll say. And Slav defense has been played, a6, g3, and okay, whenever a6 and c6 is there, no, this Slav is Chebenenko Slav, and they're going for it. This is considered as one of the most solid openings from black side. Bishop g7, e4, castles, queen to e2. Just 1 minute, there is somebody at the door. I think it's ringing 2-3 times. I'll just check it out. There is something is there. I'll be coming back in just 1 minute. I'm back. Sorry guys, there was someone. Hello Butterscotch. Thanks for being there. We are back now. Okay. Catalan this time from white side. Yeah, it looks like Catalan, but this is not exactly Catalan. It came from Slav defense. All the openings whenever G3, Bishop G2 and Knight f3 are not Catalan, I will say. Okay, there are different openings also. But this is definitely not a Catalan opening. Okay, guys. Okay, so Knight C3 has been played by Praggnanandhaa here, then Knight F8 and H3. Well, I think this knight is heading towards the G6 move. I hope so. And once the knight will go to G6 square, maybe Bishop will go to F8 square and Black will be exchanging the pieces, or maybe he might play Bishop D7, Queen C7, and then Bishop will be moved. Priyadarshi, thank you very much for being there. So now d5, okay, the black just plays the pawn in the center, not allowing knight e4, this kind of moves. Maybe e5 is gone, but the bishop might be going to d3 square. That is one of the ideas in this situation, because here the bishop on d7, e7 was not having any squares to move around. That's why maybe Kasango plays d5, a very principled move, I will say. And let's check it out, what is happening in Nihal's game. Okay, the game is going slowly and gradually. Okay, let's go to this game. Okay, e6, and now h3 is played, bishop to e7, d3. Okay, Harikrishna is playing slow strategy. Here, castling, and what? Maybe I feel like he is going to develop the bishop on this diagonal, not on this, because on this diagonal bishop is not doing that great job. But on bishop on b2, it might exert some pressure on the king side. Yeah. So Harikrishna's game. See guys, all these games are going slowly because this is the opening stuff. If you have any questions related to opening, you can definitely ask me, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions. Yes, Nitin. Good evening, guys. Okay. With this is still thinking after e5. He's still thinking. Look at the timing. Okay, Adhiban has played this opening so fast. He's having 1 hour and 33 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, and I think Adhiban is very well prepared. And Vidit, of course, he must be prepared. There is no opening that Vidit has not prepared, especially when it comes to the white side. He is very well prepared. But okay, he might be thinking like where he needs to go in this situation, because Adhiban is his very good friend, and they might be knowing about each other, which openings they play, what is their preparation and all. So to find out something which your friend doesn't know when playing such an important game is itself a very difficult task. And Vidit is finding it difficult because Vidit is the favorite according to rating, and he needs to advance to the third round. So he must find out something in this opening as well as in this game. And Adhiban, as everybody knows, he is a fearless guy. He is always there to fight, and he will definitely fight it out. It is not going to be easy match. Your analysis and commentary is very good. Thank you very much, Nitin. And sir, Petrov defense explain. Yeah, Petrov defense. I think in one of the game Petrov defense was played. We will check out that thing also. Knight c6. I'll just go through it. What happened in this game? We were at this situation when we looked at the game. Bishop to g4 and c3. Harika is playing with the black pieces, guys. Okay, c3, and now maybe d4 will be played after some time. This is one of the ideas. Yeah, if you like the stream, then please do spread the word, because I'll be more than happy to discuss the same things which we are discussing here with more number of people. Okay. So please do help in that case. Okay. Oh, finally bishop to b2, knight f6 and e5 has been played on the board, guys. And okay, knight e4 is there, knight d5 is there. Okay, knight e4, he played this knight to e4. And now there are two options. One thing is there, we can exchange the knight with knight into e4, bishop into e4, or we can just leave this thing and play something like knight f3, just developing move. And bishop d3 is also one of the moves in this situation. Yeah, Pragg's game, definitely. We will go to the Pragg's game, but I'm going one by one. We'll go to Pragg's game also. E4, E5, knight of 3, knight into E5, D6. Here I was talking about this thing, no, knight E4. He played bishop to D3 in this situation, but another two options are there. One option I already, I think, explained, that is D4 in this situation. And very famous trap is there, if you already know. I think knight into E4 is the most famous trap in Petrov defense. Queen E2 if you play, then Queen E7. And in this situation, if you go back, obviously white can capture here D6, D4, and okay, this is something which you can play. But the trap which I'm talking about is like after Queen to E2, if you go back, then knight C6 is the move by which you will be getting the queen for sure. Because if you play Queen to E7, then knight into E7, queen will be lost. Otherwise, there is a discovered check and the queen is getting lost. But the best move after Queen to E2, if somebody plays, then Queen E7 is the best move. And hello Vivek, good to have you here. By the way, Vivek is a very hardworking chess arbiter, I'll say. Means in normal language, if you don't know, arbiter means umpire in chess. So he decides about many things, and he always helps in many chess tournaments. I always see him. He is constantly working. I saw his post. He is constantly working since last 2 months, like being an arbiter for all the national tournaments. And now next national tournaments are also going to happen. National senior is there, national women's senior is there, junior tournament is also there. So he is a very busy guy. Thanks for being on the stream for a while, taking out your time, Vivek. Okay, I hope that we might meet in some of the tournament when the tournaments will resume. So Queen E7, and this is what I was talking about. Here after Queen to E7, Queen E4 will be played, but black is not going to lose the piece. Black will definitely get back the piece after D6, because you cannot really move the knight because queen is hanging. So D4 is the move, and then here he can capture and knight C6. The pawn on F, like E5 is not so easy to be defended. If you play bishop to F4, there is very one interesting line is there, I'll tell you. G5 is a good move from black side, and now bishop to G3. Now can you find out a good move from black side? Let's see whether you can find out. Let's have a little bit discussion related to the openings also, guys, here, because we have plenty of time today. The games are going to be quite long, so find out a good move from black side. I'll flip the board for you if you want. Let's flip the board and find out a good move from black side. Oh, Vivek was your instructor. Of course, he is he is senior arbiter. He must be taking some, I think Vivek must be taking some sessions for junior arbiters. So which move? I'm waiting for your move. Let me know the idea. Bishop G3 is a mistake. And I'm telling you this thing because it happened in one of my students' game. That's why I know this particular position. My student, okay, I'll not tell from which side my student was playing, but this is something which happened in my student's game. So I know this particular opening. H5, no, black is on the move. H5 is not a good idea. H5 is not good. White will defend the position. There is a very interesting move in this position. Queen B4, okay, you can play Queen B4, but the queens will be exchanged, no? What will happen if you play this? I'll exchange the queens. Knight will play here. Okay, you are attacking C2, but I can defend the C2 with knight A3 also. Yeah, thanks. Which move will you play? Can you find out the move, man? Come on. How many of you can find out the move here? Black to play and win some material. Are you guys... Okay, should I tell you? Let me know. Should I tell you? F5, okay, not F4, but F5 is the best move in this situation, because if you capture here, obviously queen will be lost. That's not a good idea. And if you move your queen anywhere, let's suppose you move to D3 square or E2 square, wherever you move, F4 is a good idea. And after F4, the piece will be trapped. This is the main thing, guys, like F5. And okay, this is not cool. So here after G5, the main thing is like you need to go back with bishop to D2 or bishop C1. So like coming back to this thing, that e5 pawn usually not supported here. White players usually go for knight c3, they give up the pawn here, then bishop e2, and they go for castling, and the game will go on. So this is what I would like to tell you about the Petrov. Queen e2, queen e7 is the best move. Don't go back with knight f6, otherwise we'll just lose the game with knight c6. Okay, so I think one interesting variation I talked about Petrov. And guys, as I said yesterday also, I'll be making series of videos related to different openings, so stay tuned with me, and I'm going to make some videos like the way we talked about Petrov here. I'll be like explaining different intricacies related to different openings. So I hope that you will definitely enjoy, and you will spread the word with your friends also. One more thing is there, on the rest day we'll be I will be playing against our subscribers, so play with subscribers is also going to happen after few days. Okay, stay tuned with me. So coming back to the game, guys, h3 and d5. Okay, this is going to be what happened in this game. Okay, after e5, Vidit played bishop d2, he came back with the bishop, and the knight is there in the center of the board now. Knight d4. There is so much of wind is going on today, guys. I think the lights might be off after some time or what, because can you hear something? Like there is so much of noise is there, right? So much of noise is there. And please do like the stream. If you are new here, please do like the stream. Help me to reach 100 likes, guys. If you help me to reach 100 likes, then it will be great for our channel. Like we will this is like we are trying to reach more people and try to spread chess, so help me to spread chess. I really love chess, that's why I'm here, yeah, and enjoying chess with you. Okay, we will go to Harika's game. What happened in her game? Knight a5 and bishop a2. Okay, this is the improvement in her game. We left the game with c3 on the board, and now knight a5, bishop to a2. This is also something which I was talking about here. Knight a5 is a very usual idea, and if you go back, but in that situation bishop c2 is something which they go. Arundhati Dhakne, hello, good to have you here. Vishy has equalized with black, great play. Yeah, Vishy is going to win for sure. Means this championship, this match, the exhibition match, he's going to win because he's already leading with 2-1 after yesterday's draw. Yesterday only he could have won, right? He had plenty of chances, but something magical happened on the board and the game was drawn. We were streaming that thing also. I hope that you were there with me in the stream. You were there with me in the stream. Okay, Harika is going to grind down her opponent. What she is going to play? Can you predict some move here with the black pieces? What will Harika play? Thank you very much for supporting the channel, for being there, guys. Okay, thank you very much, Arundhati. Okay, it's going to be a storm today, I think, at my place. I don't know whether you can hear it or not, but there are so many things happening outside. Means I can hear it. Can you hear something? Maybe in my mic it's not, you cannot hear in all those things. Yes, Mahi, I remember. By the way, Mahi, I forgot your name. Can you please tell me your name, so that I will remember your name? Because yesterday you were there and day before yesterday also you were there, so I need to remember your name. If you are going to be regular, then definitely you can be there in the stream as my moderator also. Okay, as I said, the lights are off. I don't know for how much time the light. Okay, I need to switch off some lights so that we will save some energy. Okay. Knight c4. Okay, you are talking about knight to c4, Aditya. Okay, I'll remember your name, Aditya. Knight c4, you are saying. Well, I am doubtful about knight c4, because if you play knight c4, the knight will be kicked away very easily, you know. White can just play d3 and then you need to move your knight. Okay, castling is your choice. Okay, fine. Castling, I think, like, yes, casting I will prefer. I'll prefer casting in this situation, no problem, because I'm just developing. But knight c4, definitely not, because if you play knight c4, the knight is not having any good squares. Good evening, by the way, Vadlamani. Thanks for being there. Yesterday also you were there. Let's see. Let me fix this thing. There is some disturbances there. Okay, now everything is cool. Yeah, castling is something we will prefer, but let's see how Harika is going to play. Another idea in this situation can be to play b4, because if you play b4, c into b4, and then knight c6 will be played. The main idea of playing b4 is like getting this pawn away from the center. Now pawn is away, the d4 square is more controlled from the black side, and the idea of knight d4 is there, because this knight cannot really jump anywhere because of this pin is there along this on this diagonal. So if you want to save this pawn, let's suppose you play b5, black will be more than happy to play knight d4, attacking this knight, and I think the pawns will be like, the structure will be disturbed on this side of the board. So this is something which might happen on the board. We will check it out after some time. We are still hoping that something interesting will happen, but let's wait for a while. Okay, we'll check out other games. Vidit's game. Okay, Vidit has played knight to e1. The idea of knight e1, what might be the idea? Well, Vidit, it seems that Vidit wants to play e3, so that this knight will be kicked away. He could have played e3 earlier, but then this knight exchange was there possible. So maybe Vidit doesn't want to exchange the knight. He wants to keep everything on the board and play e3, kick this knight away. Maybe knight will go to f5 square. That's the only square for the knight. And then can he play e4? Yeah, that's also a possibility. Okay, knight e1, e3. What will black play? Black needs to play something like rook e8 or bishop d7, because this knight is not getting trapped for sure. Let's suppose he plays bishop d7. We'll play e3, knight will go to f5 square, and then again e4. If you play, the knight will come back. Then why did he play? Okay, then maybe knight e2 can be one of the options in this position. Also cover Vichy versus Kramnik along with the World Cup. Well, Vichy versus Kramnik, yeah, we can cover that thing, but for that I need to do some settings. You need to wait for a while until I make some settings for that game, because that game is not happening on chess.com. It's happening on Leeches. So if I need to do a shift to the Leeches, then again the OBS settings must be changed. So you need to wait for a while, guys, for that thing to happen. We'll do it after some time. Let me check what's happening there. Is the games are going to be amazing. I'll check it out. No castling chess. Okay, they have played only 18 moves. Still a very long way to go for their games to get over. That's what I will say. It also on chess.com. Can you send me the link? Okay, I need to check out where is it on chess.com. Just 1 minute. Vichy chess. I'll figure it out. Okay, just 1 minute. Give me some time. Vichy, the wish. Where is it? Can you tell me? On chess.com I cannot really find it. Ah, okay. It's happening. Okay, I got it, guys. I got the game. Okay, this is the game. Okay, thank you very much. So I need to edit the title also, I will say like, okay, all these games are there. 3.1 and Kramnik versus. Okay, I will edit the title now. Kramnik versus Vishy versus 3.1 Vidit and Vishy versus Kramnik. No castling match. And also Vidit versus Adhiban. Now it's okay. Now is it okay? Now I think it's kind of cool. Yes. I got the link. Okay, here Vishy is playing. We will be looking at this game from the black side. And thanks for sharing the link, by the way. Thanks for sharing the link. Here, rook to d4. Okay. What's happening? What should black play? This is a very fresh position for me, so I'll go through the moves. That will be much more better. c4, they are sticking to c4 move in all the games whichever they have played in no casting. They have stick to c4 move. e6 d4. Okay, this is something new. Okay, Tarash opening. Okay, just 1 minute. They changed it. d5, bishop e6, and but in Tarash they cannot castle. That's a pity. Oh, Swarang crossed 2900 rating in puzzles. That's very good. Keep practicing, Swarang. Keep practicing. King e7, queen e2, h5, rook d1, knight e5, bishop to c2, queen b6, bishop b3, rook d8, knight d4, and knight c6. Okay, this knight is being attacked. I think knight needs to go back. Yeah, no castling. The engine is they said something. I don't know how they are going to do it, but they have something here. Hello Vaibhav, good to have you here. I'm great. Thanks for joining me. And guys, whoever are new here, don't forget to like the stream even if you are going anywhere else. Thanks Nitin. Thanks. Okay, we will be covering everything over here. So what happened in Pragg's game? Knight to d5. Okay, c4 and knight d7, knight c6, knight f8, then h3, d5, queen to b3, queen b6, c captures d5, queen b3. They exchange the queens very quickly, and somehow I feel like Michel Krasenko is a very experienced player, right? So experienced players always try to go into the end game because their understanding related to end game is much more higher than any youngster. So that's why Krasenko is playing the end game here against Pragg. So Pragg needs to show his knowledge related to end game. He needs to prove it, guys, and I hope that they will definitely do it. What do you think about this youngster? Will he be able to manage to neutralize everything, all the advantages and everything? Or is it going to be a draw today? Or Pragg is going to outplay his experienced opponent, Krasenko? Yeah, in Mumbai also there is heavy rain. Oh, heavy rains are always happening nowadays. Sir, I have played 40 plus in Puzzle Rush many times, but I can't go to 47. You mean to say like you're talking about Puzzle Rush Survival, right? Black and white, amazing. You're talking about this my attire today. Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Sharik is here. Kya baat hai? Hello, Sharik. You were there yesterday, last night also, quite late till 12:30. You guys were there with me. Today also you are there. Yeah, you are excited about the match between VD and AD. We will check out that game also. I will not keep you post, like I'll keep you posted. Knight e1 and c5 was played in the game. This is the move which was played, and c5. Okay, here what to do? Okay, he captured the c6. D into c6 was played in the game. What happened? This is the end passant. Okay, they're talking about end passant. They're explaining this thing. End passant is played here from white side. D into c6. Guys, do one thing, like whoever comes like new to our channel here on the stream, do encourage them to like the stream. That will also help us to reach more people, and we'll have more fun in the chat. Also, you can be a little bit more active. You can ask me questions. I'm always there to answer your questions, but make sure that your questions are related to chess. Okay, because we are going to stream every single day about this World Cup, and I will be more than happy if you join me every single day. 5:30 we will be starting the stream. Only on some days I need to start a little bit late, like 6 or 6:30 I'll start on some of the days, but on the other days we will be starting right on time. Okay, here Aditya is saying three Indians are going to go into the one is quite sure. No, one of the player from Vidit and AD, like they are going to be there in the 4th round for sure. Only thing is that Harikrishna, obviously we have not checked Harikrishna's game. I'll just check it out what is happening in Harikrishna's game. Harikrishna is our favorite. He played a3 in this situation, rook b8 and then b4, b5. Okay, they are putting some pressure on the queen side. Once the queen side pressure is over, I think it should be equal. Now also it should be equal. Now c into b5 into b5 will be played on the board, and then it depends whether he is going to capture the pawn on c5 or not. I don't think so he's going to capture on c5, because the knight will come in the game with knight c5, so he will just wait in that position. Harikrishna is clearly the favorite in this match, and Nihal or Pragg. We just need to see, like, Nihal or Pragg, who is going to... Nihal is obviously playing against Andrekin, and both are very strong players. h4, oh my god. Nihal, I think Nihal has decided to play aggressive chess today. He's not going to play simple chess. He's going to play something aggressive, and he's challenging his experienced opponent, like 2700 opponent, that to prove something. Oh, you are learning chess? Oh, nice. Atul sir, mi shikti hai chess. Good, good. I'll just tell you one thing, that try to solve lots of puzzles. Try to solve lots of puzzles every single day. Okay, that will definitely help you to improve your chess. As you are just 10 years old, this is the right time to learn chess, and solving puzzle is very, very important. And another thing you can do is, like, you need to look at some good games of good players and try to understand the reason behind their moves. Like, let's suppose here Nihal has played h4. Like, you should ask yourself a question: why did he play this move, right? If you understand the reason. One thing is there, h4 is played in order to play here on this side of the board to be more aggressive. Another idea of h4 can be that at some point the rook can come in the game with rook h3, rook g3, and put some pressure on the king side. So this is also one of the reason why Nihal must have played h4. And then the question is, like, what are you going to do with the king on e1? Well, king on e1 can always go to this side of the board. So maybe d3 will be played and the queen will come to d2 square and the long castle will happen. So the king will be safe on this side of the board, means on the queen side. And then white can proceed with the king side attack. Oh, Nitin Dhakne is your father. That's good. That's good. Yes, keep watching the stream and keep learning something. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Okay, you can always ask me. आणि मराठीत जरी लिहिले तरी मला समजतं मराठी. So you can write down, so guys, like, you can write down in Hindi, Marathi, English, Gujarati, or Sometimes I even understand Spanish also. So feel free to talk with me in different languages. You can write it down. I can read 4 languages for sure. Nihal is the Nihal is in golden days. Okay, Vivek is saying something very interesting of his career. Whatever he plays, it's the best move. Plus 2 back-to-back titles in Serbia. Nihal is undoubtedly favorite. Fingers crossed. Yes, definitely. He won 2 tournaments, and both the tournaments which he won in Serbia, the score was quite convincing. Like, he made it very smooth the way he has won those tournaments. And like last 2 rounds also, Nihal played amazing chess. There was never a moment where we felt like, okay, Nihal is in trouble or something like that. He won both the games quite smoothly. So definitely Nihal is the one. And of course he has a lot of experience playing against top players, because you might be aware of this thing that Nihal is the only one, means he's the only one youngster from India who has scored more than 100 points against Magnus Carlsen in shorter time control. They play lots of bullet games, ultra bullet games, and in those games Nihal has more than 100 score against Carlsen. Of course Carlsen has more than 200 score against Nihal, but to score 100 points against Carlsen is not at all easy. Not at all easy. I do h4 in Alapin if opponent doesn't play d5 or knight f3 variation. I most of the time don't even castle, just attack or castle long if needed, or play king f1, king g1. Well, Aditya, that's a little bit risky business, I'll say. Maybe you are too much influenced by no castling rule by Kramnik. Okay, Subi is here. Nihal's game. Well, Subi, I feel like Nihal should win. Nihal should win today. And he is having white pieces also. If he manages to pull off something interesting, he's already playing very interesting opening. He has started with b3, now he is playing h4, so he is confusing his opponent. So maybe like we never know. Nihal is a very dangerous opponent for everybody. So okay, one more thing, we will come back to this game. Knight e5. After knight e5, nothing has been played in Vishy and Kramnik. Kramnik is taking too much time here. Vishy is having 55 minutes and Kramnik is having 35 minutes, so 20 minutes difference is there. Yesterday also we looked at that Kramnik was taking too much of time, so we will see what is going to happen after some time. If they play some moves, it will be more interesting to watch that game after maybe more 10 moves. So we'll come back to Harika's game. Oh, Harika has played b4. See, I was talking about b4 move earlier also. The point of b4 is like if you capture here, the knight will come to c6 square and it will go to d4 square, so that the knight on f3 will be under attack by bishop as well as the knight, and the knight cannot really move because there is a pin. So white did not capture on b4. A very important thing, you should not give up square just because you are getting a pawn for a time being. You should not just capture it, because pawn structure is more important than this kind of double pawns. Like say, let's suppose you capture here, knight here comes here, and if you play d3, then of course like I can go castling here or play a into b4 first. Castling is also there. Or if you want to just double the pawns, then this is one of the ideas to double the pawns here. And queen d3 will be played. Queen will be coming on h3 square. I think white will be in big trouble because his king side will be opened up in that case. Or is there miss knight into f3 is also there, but I want my queen to be there in the game. So means queen h3 should come. So if you want to get the queen to h3, then bishop into f3 first should be played, and after that queen d7 and queen to h3. That is something which should happen. I feel like that. So okay, b4 is played and d3. This is the situation on the board now, and what she is going to do after the d3. Is she going to castle in this situation, or is she just going to give this support? Because see, now c into b4 is the threat, because if you play knight c6, then bishop e3 can be played after some time, or even after b5. Let's suppose you castle, okay, and then if this is played, knight will come here, b5, then here, and knight d2 is a good idea to support the knight on f3. But before some time, when this situation was there where b4 was played, knight was not able to come on d2 square. It's not that, okay, knight was not coming on d2, but here after d3 it is a possibility. So we'll wait for a while what she is going to play. Oh, you have a lot of trust on your calculation. Okay. Okay, Let's come back to Vidit's game. What is happening? In Vidit's game, b into c6 was played by Adhiban here, and then Vidit plays e3, kicking out this knight away. Knight goes to e6 square. Still, this knight is having some good squares, I guess so. Knight can come on c5 square at any point because there is no one who can kick it away. The d4 move is not there, b4 is also not there. So, knight is having a good square. Now what to do? Let's see check capture threat. I always talk about this thing with my students that whenever you are on the move or if your opponent is on the move, you should see three things. Is there any good check? Is there any good capture? Or is there any threat? So one capture is there, obviously. Bishop can just capture the pawn on c6 because there is no check in this situation. But capture is definitely there on c6. So if white captures the pawn on c6, what's going to happen? Well, b2 is also hanging. Should we capture the pawn on b2? Yeah, black should capture the pawn on b2, right? One pawn is gone, one pawn is returned. So this pawn on c4 is a weakness, a2 is a weakness. I am a little bit doubtful whether he will go for this weakness or not. Miss bishop into c6, definitely one of the moves. Another move which comes to my mind is b3. But if you play b3, then knight will jump to c5 square. Oh, you are talking about c5 from black. Okay, white side c5 or black side c5. I think knight should come on c5, not the pawn, Badlamani, I think. CCT. Yes, CCT principle. Yes, correct. Check capture threat. Yeah, b3 maybe first, that's one of the thing. But bishop into c6, if you play, then only the thing is that the pawn structure and everything is getting ruined. And Vidit is a player who likes to keep things intact. But okay, if you play b3, then knight c5 is a very natural move here. Or d5 is also there. d5, cd5, cd5. Knight d5 is not coming. Yeah, d5 is also there. No, black will get the center. Black will get the center. This is also a possibility in this position. We will wait for a while. Knight e6 and we will wait. Okay, we'll go to other game. And what's happening? Okay, there is some improvement is there. b into c5 was played in Harikrishna's game. After that, knight captures c5, c captures b5, a captures b5, and knight d4. Harikrishna is putting some pressure on b5 as well as knight c6, and maybe he wants to get the knight, this bishop on e7. But will he go for that thing or not? Another thing is also there. Knight c6 is attacking the rook on b8. So b8, e7 and d8. Three pieces will be attacked if the knight arrives on c6 square. So what should black do? Okay, from black side, which move will you predict here? Which move will you predict here, guys? Who will VD or AD face after this? I am yet to check the pairings. I have not checked the pairings. But first of all, this match is important, no? For us, like, who is going to be there in the fourth round is more important than who is going to face. What will blacks move here? Come on, guys. Predict some move. Let's have some predictions. And after this, we will be looking at Carlsen's game also, because he is playing against Aryan Tari, his countrymate. Which move will you play from black side? Don't forget to like the stream, guys, okay? Because we are almost reaching 50 likes. Slowly and gradually we are improving. The more you like, it will reach to more people and we will have more fun in our stream. Let me drink a little bit of water. Oh, it will be against winner of Jeffrey, Jeong and Grandelius. Well, I think Jeffrey is the favorite because Jeffrey is having 2700 rating and Grandelius is a strong player, but nowadays we are not like seeing him that much in top tournaments. So Jeong might play, but Grandelius is also a very interesting opponent. Oh, Vedant is here. Thanks for visiting my channel. Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, Queen D7 is your suggestion. That Queen D7 is one of the option. Definitely Queen D7 is there because Knight C6 will be stopped. Plus the pawn on B5 will also be supported because it is being attacked by two pieces. So you will be supporting with the queen as well as the rook here in this situation. Okay, another idea which was possible is like Queen A5 because you are attacking on everything, and if Knight B5 is there, we can just capture rook into B5, rook into Knight into B5, Queen into B5. That's one of the thing. And if we go for the fourth thing, then Queen into C3 is coming. And if we play Knight into E7 check, King into H8, now this queen is attacking this rook. The knight on E7, well, it's not having that many squares to move around, and knight can capture on D3 also. So threats are there. What to do here in this situation? Like we can capture this pawn. If the D3 pawn falls, then E4 will also fall. So they're waiting here. Oh, Queen D7 is played or not? No, Queen D7 is not played. Let me check whether he has played any move. He has not played any move as far as I know. Yeah, he has not played any move. They are still waiting for the move. Yeah, do ask me any questions related to chess, guys. Okay, Queen A5 is your suggestion, Shreyas. Yes, definitely Queen A5. We already discussed about Queen to A5. Okay, I would like to look at the game of Carlsen. What is happening in Carlsen's game? Okay, Queen C4 we left at this situation, then C5, B3, Knight to F6, Bishop B2, Bishop E7, Knight F3, Knight C6, Castle. Okay, this equal just opening position. Now Rook D1 will be played. Try to play D4. I think he's going to play Rook D1 and D4. This is one possibility. Or if he wants to exchange some pieces, then Knight E5 is also a possibility. Knight E5, Bishop E5. That is also there. What do you think? Which move will be played? Come on, guess Carlsen's move. Let's see who guesses the correct move here. Which move will you play from white side? Guess some moves. I'm waiting for your move. We have completed 1 hour of a stream. Wow, 1 hour just went by. I did not even understand. It's almost 6:36. We started at 5:30 something. Very quickly, right? When chess is interesting, the time goes off just like that. Okay, I'll have a look at Xiong's game because as we say that the winner of this game will be facing AD or VD. So let's have a look at this game also. E4, okay. C5, Bishop B5, C3, A4. Okay, B4. Sicilian defense. Bishop E4, Knight D5, Bishop G5, Bishop E7. They capture something. This is kind of a position where white enjoys this C5 and E5 square. Like this is the position white really enjoys, I think so. Rook C1 and Bishop E8, Knight E5. I will prefer playing this situation from white side. But okay, black is also having a very strong hold on the position because this is the isolated pawn. The square in front of the isolated pawn is one of the most weakest square. And okay, when the weakest square is there, if you can occupy it with your knight, then it is a good idea from your side. So black is doing a good job, and this kind of positions happen from Sicilian opening, especially Alapin. So okay, it happened from bishop to b5 because in Alapin you play c3 and then d4, everything captures here and the pawn on d4 becomes an isolated pawn. So black usually puts his knight on d5 square because it cannot be dislodged any of this e4 or c4 moves. Rishabh, good evening. Good evening, Rishabh. Guys, we are hoping that we will cross 100 likes also today. So do support the stream. Keep liking the stream. Okay. 100 likes we should reach. That's our milestone. Yesterday we reached that milestone. We are hoping that today also we'll reach to 100 milestone. Okay, let's come back to the game. Pragg's game we have not checked since long time. Okay, in Pragg's game this is the position: knight d5, cd5, bishop to b5, bishop d7. They are exchanging some pieces. Rook a5, interesting. The pawn on d5 is being attacked. He supports the pawn with knight to f6. Now knight is supporting the pawn on d5, bishop g5 and king f8. Well, interesting. Why did he play this move? We need to figure it out. Maybe the idea is to play bishop into f6, bishop into f6 and rook into d5. This is also one of the ideas. Aditya is saying like, sir, when should we sacrifice on e6 in bishop g5 Najdorf, and how to keep a look at it from black? Okay, when should we sacrifice on e6 in bishop g5? Okay, from black side, well, on e6 we cannot really always sacrifice. There are very few occasions when you sacrifice on e6 when the e6 pawn is not protected by the bishop on c8. The moment the bishop moves to other side of the board, let's suppose bishop b7 or somewhere, or if the knight is there on d7 square, it is not protecting the e6 pawn. Means this, I'm talking about the bishop on c8. If it's not supporting the e6 pawn, then you can think about sacrificing on e6. Otherwise, it's not good to sacrifice on e6 square. We need to say according to the position. Especially another thing is also there, that the pawn on g7 should not be protected. Once you sacrifice on e6, the knight should be able to attack on g7, f6, f8 and d8. So the bishop should be on e7 square and the bishop should not be supporting the pawn on e6. Then you should go for the sacrifice. That's what I will say. That's what I will say. I hope it solved your doubt. Okay, we'll see this thing. Nihal's game, bishop b7. Oh, nice. I think Nihal is playing in the spirit of French defense. In French, usually what happens, the pawn is on e6 and e5 square, and white goes for queen g4 move, trying to put some pressure on g7 pawn. And usually black is tied down to g7 pawn, or he needs to play g6. So he's playing in the style of French defense, means black has played a French defense. And after queen to g4, obviously the idea is to play long castle here. So after some time, long castle will be played. I don't have any doubts. And then bishop d3 will come. And it will be difficult for black to play castles in this position, because bishop is on, obviously the pawn on g7 is hanging. But at any point, if he goes for the short castle, then bishop will be coming on d3 square. It will be attacking the pawn on h7. Plus the knight will also be jumping towards g5 square very soon. So he is preparing for the kingside attack. That's what I will say. Now let's see whether he is going to castle in this situation, or will he play knight to f3. Which move do you predict here? Long castle or knight f3? Come on guys, let's predict some moves. Let's predict some moves. I'm waiting for your moves to come up. Yes guys, do like the stream. Okay, I'm waiting for your move to here. Knight f3. Okay, Samir is also suggesting knight f3. Aditya is saying knight f3. I think h5. Okay, Priyadarshi wants to play h5 in this situation. But wow, like, okay, h5 is also possible. But I personally, I feel like I should long castle or play knight f3 in this position, because white needs to get the pieces in the game. Before getting the pieces in the game, if you are going for h5, then it doesn't seem that much logical to me. At least I will play castle. Miss long castle is, or knight f3. Simple move knight f3 will be my choice. Just develop a piece in this situation, and then next move always I have this option of playing bishop d3 castle, and this bishop is always there. So black cannot really go for f6 this kind of move, but because if he goes for f6 or this move, then I can just capture and the bishop on b2 will be activated in that case. Another thing is there, which I feel is like after long castle, white has the choice of playing d4 and to open up the d file also, because if you capture here, then bishop into d4 or knight into d4, the rook will be opened up on this file. So that's also something which is a possibility if he goes for the long castle. So knight f3 followed by long castle is there. We'll check out other game. What's happening in, okay, there is some improvement is there. Rook b8 has been played. Okay, she just supported the pawn on b4 because this was the concern thing, because we saw after d3 if you castle, then cb4, knight c6, if you play b5, knight d4, and then knight d2 is the idea. So she plays very simple move, rook to b8, support the pawn on b4, and now okay, she is asking a question to her opponent like, what are you going to do in this situation? Okay, Shreyas is saying long castle or rook h3. Okay, rook h3 in that situation maybe possible, like you are trying to bring the rook, but before rooks I will prefer to bring the knight in the game. Means I will prefer to play knight to f3 instead of rook h3 in that position. Slowly and gradually we are inching towards 50 likes. I hope we will reach to that milestone, small milestone. I think Andrekin will not castle in this game. Yeah, it's a possibility that Andrekin will not possible in that game. We'll come back to the other game. Which is there any good game, interesting game? Giri's game, man. How can we forget Giri? How can you? Okay, Giri is already playing in the end game. He's playing against very like young star, you can say, from Uzbekistan. The name is Abdul Sataro Nodorbek. And in the previous round, Abdul Sataro won against Ali Reza, right? He won against Ali Reza, if I'm not wrong. He won against Ali Reza, right? In the tie breaks, he won against Ali Reza. Can you please show some lines in the games you are showing? Yes, Samir, definitely. I'll be showing some lines also. We'll go through this game. First of all, Anish is playing against a very strong opponent. Okay, the game went there. Knight to f6, Slav defense, I'll say queen b3, dc4, bishop f5, g3, e6, castle, knight e3, e3, knight d7, rook d1, and knight c3. Okay, he went back, the knight was attacked, so knight goes to a4 square, queen a5, b3, queen b5. Okay, they are going for the exchanges. They exchange the queens, and dc5, knight c5, knight c5, rook c5, knight d4, bishop e4, and we are at this situation. So Anish is trying to exchange maximum pieces, and one more thing which I can feel is like he is going for the bishop exchanges. Oh, he won against, oh, Jaokir won against Ali Reza. Okay, he won against Indian. Okay, he won against Arvindh. Okay, yeah, correct. He knocked out Arvindh very early, right? In just 2 games he knocked out. Correct, I remember. h5 also looks logical. Okay, in that position you are talking about. Here, what to do from white side? I think white can go for the exchange, but why is he exchanging pieces? Why is he exchanging the bishop? Maybe he did not want this bishop to be exchanged with the knight, so he is exchanging with the light square bishop only, because light square bishop was throwing some light over here, so he tries to exchange that. Now what to do? The pawn on b4 is being attacked. We can support the pawn with a5 move, or we can go back also, or rook b8 is also there. So 2 options are there. Either the rook can move somewhere on this file, so that the b4 pawn will be protected by the bishop on e7 or rook b8 or a5. All these moves are there. Which option do you think like Anish Giri is going to select? Will he move the rook? Will he play rook b8 or will he play a5 to support the pawn on b4? Do let me know, guys. Do let me know your choice. What will you prefer here? 3 options are there, and which option will you prefer? Nihal played h5. Okay, we will come to Nihal's game, but first of all, tell me which option will you play, and after you tell me some of your answers, then we will go to Nihal's game. So please let me know about your choice of play. a5 looks logical to me. Okay, you want to play a5 keeping the rook on c5 square only. I think you want to play rook c8 on the next move. Maybe that's also your possibility after a5. Okay, Samir also wants to play a5. Possible. That's also. But after a5, a3 will be a good option, no? Because if you capture, then rook into a3 is there, and still we are attacking on a5. And if you don't capture on a3 pawn, then a into b4, a into b4, and then bishop into b4. Ultimately, in that situation, at least you need to move your rook or support the pawn on b4. So a5 is interesting, but it will allow a3. But if you go back, let's suppose you go back with rook c7, then there is no a3 move. But okay, the exchanges will definitely happen. Rook c1, then rook c8 will be played, rook c7, and if you want equal position, maybe rook c1 will be played. But rook c1, no, we cannot play this. Capture, and bishop b1 is coming. The pawn on a2 will be lost in that case. No, we cannot really play that move. White cannot go for that thing. White won't play rook c1 only. He will not exchange, I think so. He'll wait, or maybe he will exchange only after bishop into e4. Only after bishop into e4 he will go for the exchanges. But after bishop into e4, the knight will be attacking on d2. Okay, it's a confusing position. We'll wait for their decision, what they are going to do. Rehan is here. Hello Rehan, good evening. Okay, let's come back to Nihal's game. King f8, and okay, Nihal, what did he play? He played h5. Wow, he played h5. This move was predicted by whom? Who predicted h5 move? h5 was predicted by whom? Okay, I lost the track. I like bishop f2 followed by knight to d5. Knight d5 is a nice outpost for black knight. In which position you are talking about, I don't know. Can you please specify the game which we were talking about? h5, knight c6, and long castle. Okay, this is expected. Long castling was expected from Nihal. He goes for the long castle. And oh, Priyadarshi talked about F. Yeah, correct. So you are just like playing like Nihal today. you are predicting the Priyadarshini. Yeah, that was in Anish game, but here we are talking about this game. Oh, that was in Anish game. We will come back to Anish game also. Okay, I want to have a quick look at Anand versus Kramnik. What happened in their game? So knight c6 was played. We were at this situation when we were looking at the game. He went to h4 square. The pawn on h5 is being attacked, but it is well protected by the knight as well as the rook. So knight e5. Again he came back. g4. Okay, knight captures on g4. Rook h5. Wow, interesting. Rook into h5, knight into e3. Okay, see, like he is not going to give the pawn. What happens if you play knight into h5? Queen into g4 will be played. How many pieces are there on the board? 1, 2, 3, and black is having 1, 2, 3 pieces. Okay, black will be exchange up. Why didn't he go for this thing? Okay, the pawn on g7 is the weakness. Okay, I understand now. The pawn on g7. If you move the knight, then queen into g7 followed by queen into f6 will be played. So you cannot really go for that thing. So what to do? We need to support the knight in that case. I think to support the knight, rook h8 will be played. And do we have bishop into d5 move? Or no? Bishop into d5, e into d5, knight into d5. The queen will be hanged, but after bishop into d5, what can he play? Let's suppose you play bishop into d5. You cannot capture e into d5 because if you capture knight into d5 and the queen will be lost. You cannot move your queen anywhere after bishop into d5 because the queen as well as the bishop both are attacking the pawn on e6. So the queen cannot really leave the support of the e6 pawn, right? G7 pawn is also very important. So in order to save everything, maybe king f7 is the move because this is also supported, this is also supported. And at least now the knight can jump to f6 square and it can attack the bishop as well as the queen in that situation. Okay, interesting. Very tough position. Rook into h5 was played in the game, and then knight into e3, rook g5 and d4 has been played. Wow, this game is getting very crazy. He has played d4. The pawn on g7 was hanging. He did not even save that pawn. What's happening on the board? It's way too much complicated. I think rook into g7, then king f8 will be the first move. Now white's two pieces are under attack. The rook on g7 and the knight on e3. Pretty difficult position, I'll say. Pretty difficult. What should white play? What should white play? I'll come back. I'll just wash my face. I'm feeling a little bit sleepy. I'll wash my face until I come back. Do like the stream, guys. Make it 50 likes until I come back. I'll just come back in just 2 minutes. Okay. I'll freshen up a little bit and then I'll be more energetic. Yeah, guitar advice is here. I'll come back. Wait for a while. I'll just wash up my face and I'll come back. Okay. Till that moment, until I come back, I need 50 likes. Nimit is also here. Hello Nimit. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Just 2 minutes. I'm coming back. Right. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, guys. Jitendra is also here. Good to have you, Jitendra. Rook g6. Okay, you are suggesting rook to g6 move in this situation. Oh wow, rook g6. The thing is that you were attacking here, king was attacking here, so you want to play rook g6 so that you can attack the knight, because if you capture here, then Rook into f6 is a possibility, but then king e7, right? No, king e7 means rook into e6 is coming and the queen will be lost. Oh, this is very crazy, man. King g7 should be played in that case. King e7 if you play, rook into e6, queen into e6, bishop into e6. You don't need to capture. If you capture, then queen into e3. If you capture the bishop, then queen into e3 followed by queen into c3. White will be winning. So black needs to play only one move, that is c2. Now the pawn is queening. Pawn is queening. If queen into e3 is played, then we can give a check, king here, and again a give queen here. Amazing, man. Amazing. Anything can happen. If queen into this, then bishop can come back. Okay, this is getting too much crazy. d4, rook into, oh, rook g6. This is on the board. This is on the board, guys. This is on the board. This is on the board. D into c3 has been played. Wow. This is getting more crazy now. D into c3 has been played. Now rook into f6 will be played. And after rook into f6, I don't think so Anand is going to play king e7, because if he plays king e7, then the variation which we just looked at, that might happen on the board. Maybe he will play king to g7, so that if you capture on e6, then black is not forced to capture queen into e6. Yeah, you predicted Anand. Yes, definitely you predicted Anand. This is a crazy game which both of these legends are playing. Oh, Jitendra is saying, sir, today I watched your video on Greco's game. It's an amazing game and thanks for bringing such quality content for us. Yeah, I am really glad that you liked it. Thank you very much, and I hope you will watch another different videos, because I have plenty of videos on my channel, guys. And if you want to develop your chess, improve your chess, then middle game series is there. Mastering the middle game series is a very interesting series. And another learning chess with Atul Dahale, that series is there, which is mainly related to end game plus middle game, so you can watch that series also. Yeah, Nimit, no casting games are always aggressive, such a cool, because the thing is that aggression happens because kings are there in the center of the board. If the kings were always in the casting position, then the attack doesn't happen so easily. But as the kings are in the center or nearby center, then the attacking possibilities are more. So that's what it is happening here in this game also. So we will come back to this game after some time, but their rating is same. Yeah, correct, their rating is same here. So we'll come back to other games, what happened in Vidit's game. We'll check out Vidit versus AD, and then like that, similarly we'll check out other games also. So we were around this position. Oh, they went for bishop into c6. We were talking about this thing, bishop into c6, rook into b2, knight to d3. Okay, rook went behind and then bishop g2. Okay, Vidit went for this thing. He captured the pawn, because as we saw that after bishop, if you don't go for bishop into c6, then d5 was one of the moves. d5 was one of the moves which black was missed in this situation. If you don't capture on c6, black was able to play d5, and if he gets d5 move, then black was getting a very strong center. So that's why Vidit went on to play bishop into c6, rook into b2, knight came to d3 square, the rook went back, and now bishop to g2, h5 has been played, knight d5. Okay, white is at least controlling the important square in this situation. c4 pawn is a weakness. The d6 pawn is the backward pawn in this situation, and the square in front of the backward pawn is always a good square. So that's what Vidit is occupying. He is playing knight d5 and he's saying like, okay, I'm going to occupy the square. What you are going to do? Wow, we are very close to 50 likes, guys. Make it 50 likes. Okay, that much you can do. If you are new there on this stream, then do make it 50 likes. Okay, and you can even consider subscribing to the channel, because our channel is going to have good content every single day. So do consider subscribing to the channel. We are growing slowly and gradually. We are getting more and more active. Every single day we will be having a live stream, about this World Cup. So you all are welcome from 5:30 onwards on this channel. Okay, I think it's a very good format for improving calculation. Definitely it's a good not exactly calculation. Okay, calculation can be improved in other games also, but I'll say like it's in general, it's good to be more creative. You need to be creative. You cannot really rely on your opening knowledge or anything. You have to be creative. And one more thing is also there, which I feel, playing a different formats like chess 960 or no castling, you have to be original, and you need to be very strong in middle game, that you need to understand the basics of positional chess. If you are good at positional chess, like where to put the pieces, where not to put the pieces, what might happen in future, and accordingly place your pieces related to that, then you can play these formats in a good way. Otherwise it will be a big mess for you. Like you will not understand what to do. The king is in the center, opponent is going to attack, then what to do. Similar way in chess 960 also, the Fisher random chess, that the pieces are shuffled on the final rank or the first rank, you can say, and then you don't understand where to place the pieces. At least okay, there you can castle and the game will be normal after some time, but still it's very tricky. It's very tricky. Okay, bishop b7 is played by Adhiban here. He is saying like, okay, I'm going to put some pressure here. Bishop c3. Vidit says like, I'm also going to put my bishop on this long diagonal. Not that. Okay, I was talking about this diagonal, right? Bishop to c3. Yeah, correct. Okay, we'll check what's happening in Harikrishna's game. Harikrishna went on to play bishop to e3. Okay, this game is going very slowly because we were around this point when we looked at the game and queen d7 was played in the game. We were also expecting queen a5, but queen d7 is played. Somebody even predicted about queen to d7 because the pawn is being protected. Plus the threat of knight c6 is not there anymore on the board. So that's what is the queen d7, rook b1, further pressurizing the pawn on b5. He plays rook fc8. Obviously the idea is if you capture on b5, what's the idea? I don't understand what's the idea. First of all, I thought like maybe rook might be capturing on c3, but the knight on c3 will be protected after this move. Why didn't he capture there? It was a possibility. Maybe he is playing in the spirit of Benko opening, because in Benko openings this kind of openings, you give up some pawn on the b file, you put your rooks there, and then you pressurize with your two rooks. That might be one of the ideas in this situation from black side. That's why he played this move, and then he very calmly played bishop to e3. He's not going after the b5 pawn because b5 pawn is a permanent weakness. We cannot really do anything about that pawn because knight is both knights are there. The rook is also there, and by playing bishop to e3, he is bringing a new piece in the game. Plus the rooks and the queens, they are also connected in the game. So very clever move, I'll say. Just waiting for his opponent to do something. He's testing his opponent's patience. That's patience. That's what I will say. Guys, are we close to 50 likes? Are we already there? Just make it 50 likes, guys. Help us to reach 50 likes. Don't be shy or conjuice also in liking the stream. Your 1 like can be very useful for us. King b1. Okay, he castled, and then e6, a6 is played, knight f3, h6, and king b1. Okay, before going for d4 and all those moves, I think he's just playing one useful move, that is king b1, and then maybe he's planning for bishop d3 also in future. We never know. We never know what he is planning in this situation. Maybe he's planning d4, because if we play d4, then the position will be more opened up. Yeah, and maybe black played a6 in order to stop bishop b5. So this is a very tough game going on, I will say. Very tough game. Thank you for making it 50 likes, guys. Thank you very much. Yes, Rehan, it's a good milestone for us. We'll be heading towards 100 likes now. And if you have any groups, chess groups or something like that, do share the link with your friends who are interested in chess. Let them also come on the stream. Let them subscribe to the channel, because you know, on our channel we have some interesting videos which will be useful for all levels of players. So let them come here on the channel. Yeah, now 50, 52. Yes. Bring your friends also to the channel. Make it more interactive in the chat. Ask me questions. You can predict the moves. Yeah, we will look at Anand's game. Okay, what happened in Anand's game? Queen f3. Oh, he did not capture on f6. He played queen to f3. Kramnik is playing, because this knight is not going anywhere, no? Queen d4. Okay, he is supporting the knight here. Now rook into f6 will be played for sure. Rook into f6. He has already captured here. So 1 2 3 pieces. 1 2 3 pieces. Rook into f6 check, because if he doesn't give the check, then the idea was to play queen d2 check here. The queen d2 was just a check and mate only. This is a check and mate position. So queen d4, the idea is to play queen to d2 and a check and mate. Hello Dynamic Chess, good to have you here. Yeah, it's a very interesting game. Actually, the thing is that all the games which we are looking, this is the most interesting game until now, for today, for us, because lots of tactics in this game. Anand versus Kramnik, no castling chess is amazing, because see, black is threatening one move checkmate, white is threatening f6 knight, rook into f6 will be played, then king g7 is the only good idea, because if you play king e7, then obviously rook into e6 check, king will come here, and then do we have queen b7? Okay, queen b7 is there, and it's a just check and mate, because you are not able to go anywhere. It is a mate, so anything can happen. So here you have to play king g7, rook f7 check, king to g8, and now what? White can play f into e3 check, queen d2 check, king f1. Very, very crazy position. c2 or cb2, c into b2. Now this is the queen which is going to happen on the board. Oh my god. Rehani says, sir, can you make a video where you play others and teach as well? Means you mean to say like I will be playing and I will be commenting about the games? That's what you are asking about, Rehan? Are you talking about that? In World Cup so far the games are getting geared up right now, means only 1.5 hours is gone, no? So it's going to be interesting. So the players are still thinking queen d4, and the position they are still thinking rook into f6, rook into f6, king g7, rook f7 check. They're still thinking. So what's going to happen? Is white going to checkmate black's king, or is black, means Vishy Anand is going to checkmate Kramnik's king? This is going to be epic. Yes, definitely, Rehan, we will be having a play with subscribers after few days. On the rest day of World Cup, I will be playing with all the subscribers. That's what I will promise you. So let me, like, I need to check after this stream. I'll check when is the rest day. On that rest day, we will have 4 or 5 hours of stream, maybe 4 hours, where I will be playing against subscribers. I will comment about the games, and we will definitely enjoy together. So let me check the schedule. When is the World Cup? Or you check it out. Do tell us, where are you from? Well, I'm from Padmini, place in Maharashtra. I stay in town place. Maybe very few people know about Padmini. Even Maharashtrians also don't know. So it's a small place in Maharashtra where I belong. I stay here, and I stream from here. I coach. I do the coaching also, online coaching from Padmini. I used to stay in Pune and Mumbai, but now due to COVID, I am staying with my parents here. And before COVID, I was always traveling, so there was no place where I was staying. Like, I was traveling to tournament after tournament. I have played in many tournaments all over the India. Then sometimes in Europe also I play. Then Malaysia, Singapore, and Spain is there. Italy I have played. Then I have played. Okay, I have played many tournaments. Okay. I'm just hoping that the lockdown will open and then I will be able to travel at least to some tournaments. But it is going to happen. I think it's something which everybody is waiting. But we need to wait till that moment, like November or December, the tournaments will. Okay. You mean to say followers here? Okay. Yeah, guys, you can tell us like where from you. That is also. I thought the question was for me. You can tell me. I remember one thing. Mahi is means Aditya is from Bhopal, right? If I'm not wrong, yesterday last night he was talking. He was from Bhopal and he was searching for a coach today. Update is there. Oh, rook f6, king g7, rook f7, king g8. Okay, guys. Okay, this is something which you already saw. F into e3, queen into d, queen d2 check, king will go to f1 square, and then this will be captured, and there should be a perpetual check with queen g4, queen e6. Means I can show you one simple variation which is almost forced. Queen e6 and whatever you play, check are going to happen on the board. Means you cannot really escape the checks. Wherever you go, the checks are going to, but if you go a little bit further, then there will be a check and mate. So you cannot go further. You have to stick around here, and the moment you stick around, it will be just a check draw, because the rook means the queen and the rook, they are not participating in this position, because here nobody is there for the king. So I think the game will be getting over after some time. The draw will be the likely result here. Nimit is from Delhi. Okay, nice. I always come to Delhi to play Delhi International Open, or you can say Parshvanath Inter. Have you ever played? Yeah, Vishy wins today, definitely. Vishy is going to win. Vishy OP should be there in the chat whenever the result happens. We will go to other games. Oh, see, this is what Adhiban is famous for. He goes for h5, h4. He played bishop g2. He played h5, knight d5, and he played bishop b7, and now he is playing e4. He captured here and bishop into e4. Okay, he gave up a pawn. He played h4. He's making the things little bit more interesting. I think if the h file is opened up, the point is maybe king g7, and then the rook might come on this square. But what are you going to do in that case? Like knight f6 is always one of the moves by which you can just exchange everything. And okay, it's not even needed. The bishop is kind of well settled here. Bishop can come to g2 square and everything will be protected. If you try to bring your pieces, then that is also not so easy. So Vidit has how many pawns on the board? Let me check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 pawns are there. Black is having 1 2 3 4 5 pawns. So Vidit is pawn up here. Oh my god, Vidit got the pawn. How did he get the pawn? Let me check. Where was the main mistake? Here, this move, and e4 was played. Okay, the e4 pawn is protected by the knight. I think he missed out on bishop into f6 move. Maybe, I don't know whether he missed or deliberately he gave up the pawn. Bishop into f6, bishop into e4. So Vidit has got the pawn, but black is having some counterplay with h4. Maybe he missed that bishop into f6 and knight bishop into e4. Maybe he gave it. Oh, Dynamic Chess is saying, I want to play Delhi Open once. I have heard it's one of the best tournaments in the country. Yeah, it's a big tournament. You have played in Goa Open few times. Are you have played in Goa. Why do you want to go to Delhi then? Goa is like heaven for everybody, right? Okay. Coming back to Harikrishna's game, they have not improved anything after bishop to e3. They are still thinking. This game is going slowly and gradually. Let's check it out, our little one's game. Nihal is okay, king to b1 and then b5 was played. Okay, slow progress in this game too. I think he might play d4 maybe, or the move which was suggested many times before also, rook h3 is also possible, like right. But I don't understand what this rook is going to do. Mainly the rook on h3 will be protecting everything on this line. So anytime if it's needed, if black attacks too much here, then if the rook is on h3 square, then the knight can move around, then the rook will be supporting everything on the third rank. So that's something which is there. हेवन बहुत देख ले, अब हेल देखना है, क्या बात है। गलत गलत राह पे चल रहा है लड़का। ओके h6, ओके h6 fine. What happened? Bishop into d7. We were around this position. Rook a5. We talked about this thing. Bishop g5. King f8. Rook b5. Okay, he's hitting on this pawn as well as this pawn. Okay, I have a question. Like, why didn't he go for bishop into f6? If you play bishop into f6, bishop into f6, and okay, this is hanging. So can we play this and this move? Maybe it's a possible move. White was getting a pawn. What is black going to get? He can try for this to get something, because rook c5 is not possible, because we'll just capture and bishop into b2, and black should be better because this king is just coming up. All these pawns will be lost, because if we play king f1, king d7 will be played, king e2, then the pawn is being attacked. If we play b4, then we can just capture the pawn with bishop coming here. Or no, bishop d, king b5 is also there. We just capture the pawn on the next move, and the a5 pawn will be proceeding forward. Maybe this is one of the reasons why he did not go for the d5 pawn. But it's okay, it's not compulsory for white to play rook c5, but this is definitely a position which we will prefer with black pieces in this situation. So that's why he did not go for the d5 pawn. He played rook b5, rook a1. He's putting some pressure over here. Now maybe the threat h6, and he might go for bishop into f6, bishop into f6, rook into d5. This might happen on the board. This might happen on Pragg. He is going to capture the pawn on d5. Vidit Adhiban, yeah, we just checked out Vidit Adhiban game. Vidit is pawn up. We just checked out in this position only. Vidit has got the pawn on e4. This was the situation where Adhiban played e4, and after bishop into f6, bishop into f6, bishop into e4 was played, and there is no way that so after h4 we need to think like, will he come back on g2 square? I think bishop g2 is a very likely option. I feel like he will just come back here in this position, and he is pawn up, so he will try to consolidate in this position. Beast versus the icy cool VD. Yeah, icy cool VD is there definitely. Bishop to g2 might be one of the possibilities. Then black will go for knight c5. The more you exchange, more it will be neutralized. D into c5, and this knight is a very nicely placed piece. And if you go for this anytime, what will white play? That's also one of the thing. dc5, what will white play? But at any moment, if black captures here, bishop into d5 will be played. Opposite color bishop will not help black, because white will be getting queen f3, followed by he will be pressurizing here, and then he can push his pawns. The h4 pawn will not be there. He will definitely capture. Then king g2, rook h1, and it will be white who will be pressurizing on h5. Okay, black can also play king g7, rook h8, but some exchanges will happen and the pawn on f7 will be attacked. So there are certain things which are happening. Rook b1, they did not go for anything. He played rook to b1. He's saying like, okay, I am going to pressurize here. Okay, now the threat is, if you play any random move, what's the threat? Let's suppose you play a5. The threat is to play rook into b7, followed by knight into f6 and bishop into b7. This is the threat. If you play this, knight into f6 first can be played, and then rook into b7. This is the main threat. So black needs to take care of the threat which is there to capture the piece on b7. So what will he play after rook to b1? He played bishop g7. He saved everything. Okay, he saved. Now bishop will come back, or is he going to double the rooks, or rook on the b file, rook b3, queen b1, or rook b3, queen c2, rook b1? That's also one of the things. So check Anand versus Kramnik. Yes, we will definitely check Anand versus Kramnik also, but this was a crazy game which was happening. It's very interesting. That knight is worth the rook. Yeah, this knight is a very strong piece. That's something I will definitely say. This is a very strong piece. So you want to see Anand versus Kramnik? Is it going to end or not? Oh, see, it's going to be a draw. This is what variation we already talked about, f into e3, and they went for a draw here. This is a forced draw variation. The check, check, check draw will be there. The king cannot go forward because I talked about the moment the king goes forward, then this bishop is coming here. And then king h4, and then you can checkmate with g3 and it will be mate. Or maybe we can play, can we play queen f4 check, king here, and then bishop f7. This is also a checkmate. So the king will not go forward. King will just stay in these lines only here, and the checks are going to happen. Now queen h4 check is there, queen f6 check. It should be a draw. So we will consider that this game will be a draw after few moves. So we'll come back to Vidit's game. Vidit is playing over here. Can you predict the move? Is knight f6 possible? That's your question to me. Is knight f6 possible? Yeah, you can play, but why to exchange the pieces? No, like you can play this thing, but then in that case the pieces will be exchanged. Bishop into b7 will be played. You can definitely play it, but I think Vidit will like to keep the knight on d5 just like that. He will not like to give up the knight on d5 because it's a strong piece. You are like, by playing knight to f6, you are just exchanging pieces, and in this situation it's not necessary for you to exchange pieces. You can just keep the pieces on the board and play on. Maybe the preparatory moves like rook b3 followed by queen c2 or queen e2, rook b1, or you can even wait with bishop to g2. So that means black doesn't have anything realistic in this situation by which he can get some advantage or something. He needs to play slowly, and white can also play slowly and gradually to improve his situation, or you can say improve his position. Yes, Vishy sir is going to win the match if it's draw, because they were playing 4 games match series. So 4th game is going on today, and it's also going to end in a draw. So he will be winning with 2.5, 1.5 score. He'll be winning with that score. Yeah, like you are just spawn up in this situation. So I will shift to other game. I'll shift to other game. We'll check it out what. Okay, in this game there is no improvement. I'll just refresh the page to check whether it is really anything happened. Oh, nothing. Okay, e5 has been played. Finally e5 has been played. We refresh the page and e5 move appeared on the board. Now I think he must capture on b5. Where will you put the knight? You are going to capture the pawn on b5, and then black will try to get some counterplay on c file and b file. On c file and b file he will try to get some counterplay. Knight into b5 will be, what do you think? Like, will he play knight b5 or will he play knight f5? Do let me know in the chat, guys. Do let me know. And don't forget to like the stream. Let's move towards 100 likes slowly and gradually. Whoever new is here, even if you are leaving, leave with a smile and with one like on the stream. It will help us to reach more people. Okay, but I would like that you stick around with me here, ask me some questions related to chess, because we have less viewers here, so I can definitely answer your questions. If you have any questions, hit me with your questions. Okay, dynamic chess wants to play knight f5, but I will prefer capturing the pawn on b5. Why do you like, why not capture the pawn on b5, right? What is more problem in Vidit versus Adhiban? Draw or win for white? I feel Vidit will convert this. Yeah, I also feel like Vidit is pawn up, and he is also having a very strong knight in the center of the board. So positionally he is good. He is pawn up also. So he should convert slowly and gradually. That's what I will feel. Vidit is definitely going to. But coming back to this game, I think knight will capture the pawn on b5. What is that black can do? Black, usually I have played this situation like similar positions with the king Sicilian, and in that situation, if I am losing some pawn on one side of the board, I try to break into the center, because it is a very common strategy, guys. whenever the flank attack is going on, okay, flank attack means the attack on the king side or the queen side, then the best answer is to attack in the center, like break in the center. It's like your opponent is punching from the right side or left side, then you cannot really block both the sides. But in that situation, if you want to get some play, then you need to knock out, or you can say punch in the center, so he will be disturbed, so the attack will not happen. Another analogy which I can tell you is like whenever the flank attack is going on, means in this position the flank attack is not going on, but I'm talking in general, okay. If king side attack is going on, and if your pieces are on the queen side, so in order to bring the pieces from the queen side to king side, you need to open up the center. So center breakthrough is very important when your opponent is attacking on any of the flank. Always remember this thing. So here the principal way is to play d5. That will be one of the ways which black will like to play, d5. And then if d5, then knight captures d5. If everything is captured here, okay, the pawn on d3 is a weak pawn, and black will put some pressure on this pawn. So in order to get rid of the pawn on d3, he must play d4, but then the series of exchanges will happen, and there will be only rook file pawn, and rook pawn are most likely to be not that great, especially when you have rooks on the board. So it will not be so easy for white to convert the pawn up position into a winning position, because rook pawn will be left on the board. So let's see what happens after some time, whether they are going for this knight captures b5, or will he just play the move which was suggested by dynamic chess here. Karthik was suggesting knight to f5. Similar way, knight f3 is also a possibility here, which we cannot really deny. So we'll see, okay. Here there is no progress, and here bishop into f6 was played. Bishop into f6 and rook a4. Okay, first he is protecting the pawn on d4, and then I think he is going to attack the pawn on means capturing the pawn on d5. So to support the pawn on d5, rook e d8 is the only move by which you can support the pawn on d5. Then what are you going to do? Great work. Thank you very much, dynamic chess Karthik. We get more wins today. Yeah, we are hoping for that only. Especially I am hoping that Praggnanandhaa might win. Not today, but this match he will win for. Hello, Bikram is there. Hello Bikram, good to have you here. Yeah, let's hope. And thanks for the super chat. Thank you very much. Vishy sir OP. Vishy sir drew the game. We should drew the game, I think. No, he's still thinking, or is it a draw? Yeah, it's a draw. He won the match, guys. He won the match with 2-0. He would have won with 3-1 also, but 2.5, 1.5, he won the match against Kramnik. He is a legend, guys. He is a legend. He always shows like why he is special. At the age of 51, okay, his opponent is also about same age. Not same, like 75 born and he is 69 born. So 6 years difference is there. I think Kramnik is 46 years old. Yeah, 46. Yeah, Kramnik is 46 years old, and Anand is 51 years old. But okay, legend is always a legend, right? Hats off to him. Amazing chess. Okay, now we can come back to our World Cup. Aryan Tari against Magnus Carlsen game. Bishop to b2 and rook b8, knight c3, bishop f6, rook to b1, b6, and then b4. Okay. Still very equal. He's trying to get something on the queen side. If the queen side is opened up or something like that, then it will be interesting. So let's check out other games also. We are streaming since last 2 hours, guys. Quick update of Indians, every Indian. Well, Bikram, I already gave the update. Vidit is pawn up and he is fighting. Bishop g2 was played in the, by the way, in the game. He did not go for anything else. He played bishop g2, rook e8, and Vidit is pawn up and he will try to convert the game into a win. But Adhiban, obviously he will try to find out some tricks, because for Adhiban pawn down position is not a big deal, because he has already given up pawns against many players and he always found out something in such situations. So this is not a great like trouble for Adhiban, I'll say. He is very comfortable when his position is bad, and he is also very famous for his creative and dynamic play when he is against the wall, you can say. Now his back is against the wall and he has to like fight in this position, so he'll definitely fight it out. It will be a very interesting game. Another thing is like, okay, in Harikrishna's game, knight b5 is played. Harikrishna is pawn up in this situation, but opponent is having too much of play because d5 will be played hopefully, and his opponent Konstantin Lupulescu, okay, this is a very difficult name for me to pronounce because this is a Romanian name, but Konstantin will just say simple. Konstantin is trying to create his own counterplay. The pawn on a3 is a weakness against which he will be playing after some time, but first of all he will break into the center. I already discussed this thing. Now coming to our Nihal's game, finally Nihal has broken up in the center of the board. Now c into d4 if you play, then knight into d4 is a possibility. Knight into e5 will be played there. Okay, this is interesting. If we capture here, knight into e5 is coming. Then what? We are sacrificing a pawn here. Then queen will come to e2 square, followed by f4 is a possibility. I don't think so, like he will go for this. I don't think so. Is he going to just give up the pawn and play for the pawn, like something, because black's king is in the center. This is something which Nihal will be aiming for. Yeah, black is in the center of the, means his king is in the center and he will be targeting his opponent's king in this situation. That is something which is there. So that is Nihal's game. And in Pragg's game, okay, this is going to be a very positional chess. Okay, opponent played rook c8, rook is c8, and now if you capture the pawn on d5, let me check what will happen. The check will happen, then king h2, then rook to c2, the pawn on b2 as well as the pawn on f2 will be attacked. Let's play it. Rook into d5, the check will be there, king will come to h2 square, now rook to c2, the pawn on b2 as well as the pawn on f2 is attacked, and most probably he will save the pawn on f2 and then rook into b2. The position will be equal. The position will definitely be equal, and he will play rook to b5. Okay, this is the game where it is going to be tough now. Means a very experienced player like Krasenko is playing against a very young player. Krasenko, by the way, if you don't know, Krasenko is 58 years old, guys. The player who is playing against Praggnanandhaa, he's 58 years old. And can you tell me how old is Praggnanandhaa? Come on, one general knowledge question for all of you. And if you are new here on the stream, don't forget to like the stream, and so that it will help us to reach more people. Make it 100 likes, guys. Do help us to reach more people. Just one like will be too much supportive for us. And one more thing is also there. You can check out (14). What is 14? 14, okay. Praggnanandhaa is 14, okay. 15 years, okay. You are confused. Somebody is saying 14, somebody is saying 15. 14 and 58, like there is too much of difference is there between two players, right? Means my calculation, if I go for 58 minus 10, that is 48 minus 4, 44 years difference. Wow, too much of difference, right? He's like his grandfather. But he's going strong. Krasenko is growing strong in this tournament. But I will tell you one thing, like Krasenko was at one point in top 10 in the world. Krasenko's top rating, I'll just check it out. Krasenko, Michel Krasenko. What was his top rating? Well, it's not written anywhere. What was Krasenko's top rating? We need to, guys, please let me know. But I will tell you one thing about Krasenko. Once he came to India, okay, you need math classes. 58 minus 10, what? 48 minus 4. 44 was correct, man. Saurabh, I just yeah, I already talked about, we are talking about that thing only. Rook c8, okay, g4, okay, here Praggnanandha played g4. Nice, interesting. He's not going for, he's just saying like I'm going to keep the king here on g2. Chess player, hello, hello, hello. Guys, we are very close to reach 64 likes. We'll be completing we'll be completing 64 squares very soon. By the way, I want to tell you a story like how Krasenko plays his chess, because I have seen Krasenko in he came to India to play one tournament. I don't remember exactly the year, but he was playing in Mumbai International Open. Okay, in Mumbai International Open, like he was playing, Konir Humpy was playing, and he used to walk a lot. Michael Krasenko, he walks a lot. Miss on each and every move, he used to play the move and he used to walk all around the board, and he was never like looking at this game or that game. He used to calculate. He never used to sit on the board and calculate. His style of playing is something different. And one time okay, somebody asked him like why do they, he said like it helps him to concentrate more by walking. Yes, Dipesh, we are at the game. With this game only, queen g4, h into g3, h into g3, queen a5 has been played on the board. And okay, now the a2 pawn is being attacked. What to do? What to do with this pawn? Harikrishna's match is Harikrishna का match already चल रहा है. It's still going on. We are looking at all the games simultaneously. All the games simultaneously we are looking at. Queen a5 has been played by. Here Vidit is thinking he is pawn up. He cannot really save the pawn on a2. That's what I will say. So he needs to find out something more in this situation. Maybe he can go for rook b3, rook b1, which we were already talking about before some time. 2675 was his peak rating. Wow, our encyclopedia is here. Thank you very much. So rook b3, rook b1 is one of the ideas which can go for this thing, and in that case he needs to capture on d5. That is something which you can say, like let's suppose rook b3 is played, bishop into d5. Bishop will definitely capture, will not capture with the pawn, because if you capture with the pawn, then bishop on g2 will be very angry. He will say like what why are you blocking my path? So this bishop will definitely capture here. And if you capture on b3, a into b3, white's pawn structure will be normal, right? So I don't know. Queen c3 is there to attack on b3 as well as d3. If you want to save your pawn like a greedy person, knight c1 is the move by which you can save the pawn, but then a5 will be played. But I think like there are the other alternatives will be there. This is not a forced line. With it, we'll definitely try to find out some different alternative also. We'll refresh the page and so that the board will be more dark. Swakata Bandopadhyay is saying OP. Kya baat hai? OP for whom? Like for Vidit or for which player? Yeah, I told you like he is very old player and a very strong player. At some point he was like amongst world's top players. Okay, Vidit is going to have something interesting. So we will continue here. Knight db5, d5 is played. See, this is what we were talking about, d5, and if the bunch of exchanges happen on d5 square, then the situation will be like this. We were talking about this thing, d5, ed5, and knight takes f5, knight takes d5, queen d5, d4, and ed4, queen d4. If all the exchanges happen here, queen into d4 also I'll consider, and then bishop into d4. So this should be kind of equal, because the pawn on a3 is under attack, and a pawns are not that much strong. And one more thing which I would like to here point out, that the a8 square, the queening square, is actually not of the bishop square. So black can always defend the a8 square very easily. Even if the pawn proceeds forward, this bishop will not be controlling the a8 square, because the pawn, in order to queen, you need to control the queening square. If you are not able to control the queening square, then one more possibility I'll tell you. If all the pawns and all the pieces are exchanged, okay, and if white is having a bishop and a pawn on the a file, and if black manages to reach on 8 square with his king, then that will also be a draw, even if white is having one extra piece and an extra pawn. Oh, Sachin is here. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much for joining. And guys, do one thing. Sachin is going to play one over the board tournament from today. Means he's going to play one club tournament. He stays in US, so give him some luck, or you can say him all the best to Sachin, because he's going to play one over the board tournament. We here in India are not able to play any tournament over the board, but tournaments are resuming in US and Europe, so he's kind of lucky to play the tournament. So all the best, Sachin, for your tournament. Win some games and then share with us like how was your game and everything. He's going to play one rapid tournament. Abhishek Gupta, can anyone reach in top 2 from India to play Canada? Obviously, we are hoping for that only. Our two wild card means two main thing is like Harikrishna and Vidit. They are the ones who are we are hoping for them. E5, okay, and knight d5, d5, bishop captures on c5. Bishop captures on c5. Okay, here definitely bishop into c5 will be played. Guys, please change the number of likes we have on the stream. I know kids are also there, so I won't say anything, but please change the number of likes we have on the stream. Bishop into c5, rook into c5. Okay, he is supporting the pawn here. Okay, this game might be interesting after some time, but right now it seems very equal. We'll go to Nihal's game. What did he do? After d4, c captures d4, knight captures d4, and he did not capture the pawn on e5. He played queen g5 move. Okay, he did not capture on e5 because we were talking about knight into e5 and then queen will come on e2 square, f4, f5 will be a possibility. He did not go for that thing, but he played queen to g5. What do you think, like, is he going to capture the queen? Is he going to exchange the queens, or will he come back with queen e2, something like this, or queen f3? Which move which move do you think like white will play? Will he exchange the queens with queen into g5, or will he just keep the queens on the board? One question for all of you. Hello, Infinite Memes. Question for you guys. Which move will you play? Karthik is raining and too cold in Bangalore. These guys are talking about rain and atmosphere everywhere. Queen e2. Okay, Karthik is talking about queen to e2. Yeah, that is one of the idea. But if you play queen e2, queen into e5 is always there. Means he can always capture the pawn on e5. Let's suppose you play this. I'll capture on e5. Then what? I'm going to capture the queen. Once again, the queens are being offered. Queen into e5, knight into e5. And this bishop is attacking here. So knight into e6 will be played. And if d into e6, then bishop into e5. This is an equal position. Seems to be a equal position. But okay, black's king is still in the center. And his bishop and rook are not activated. So maybe white might have some slight edge because the pawn on g7 will be like that. But we can play f6, no? The bishop will be pushed behind. If bishop goes behind anywhere, then we can play bishop to c5 followed by king e7 and the rook d8 will be played. This is something which might be happen. Okay, he played queen e4. Maybe queen into e5 will be played on the board. I think he is going for that that thing only which we were talking. Queen e5, knight e5. The variation which we are talking, knight into e6 and then bishop into e5. I think they are going for the end game which we just talked about. Okay, Infinite Memes he is saying memes or memes, right? Sir, can please make a video on French defense or for black? Sir, please, because I'm not getting any video to learn French defense. Definitely we will be having videos on opening series, guys. I already discussed this thing. We will be having opening series videos very soon, and I'll be covering many openings. You can suggest now. Infinite Memes has suggested the French opening. We definitely will be having French opening, and I will talk about all the important basic things related to that opening. It will not be just trap. It will be like what you should play, where to place the pieces, and which plans you should follow in particularly different types of variations which will be happening. So it will be a generalized videos which will be helpful for you to play the opening in a much more better way. I'll be discussing the plans related to the middle game, also related to that particular opening. Let's suppose the French opening he is talking about. I will discuss the usual plans which happen in French opening. So the videos will be interesting. Yes, Infinite Memes, but right now we are streaming every single day, but and we are making videos about World Cup. But whenever this World Cup will be over, I will be making that series of videos. So do subscribe to the channel if you are here, new here, so that you will get all the notifications of the videos. And today also I made one video related to Catalan opening, and it was related to Vidit's game which Vidit played. Do check out that video also if you are interested to know about some opening. I have made the first part of Catalan opening related to Anish Giri versus Wang Hao game which they played in the Candidates tournament, and it was a very interesting game where Anish Giri showed great positional understanding. So do check out those games also, guys. And Karthik or someone, if you can send today's videos link, that will be great. GM Vidit or Grandmaster Adhiban, tough choice. Yeah, it's a tough choice, but okay, I am supporting Vidit. Okay, Rook B3. He played Rook B3. He's going for this rook, doubling of the rooks on the B file, guys. I think today Vidit will definitely convert the position. He will definitely convert the position into a win. So it will be a first win for Vidit. Yeah, it will be first win for Vidit today. Okay, what is happening in Harika's game? We have not checked Harika's game since long time. Knight D2, C5. I'll just refresh the page once again. Harika's game we need to check. Okay, we were at this situation. Harika is playing with the black pieces against a very strong player, Gunina Valentina, and she played rook to b8, knight d2, c5. Okay, the b4 pawn was supported, knight f1. The knight is heading towards the g3 square. Okay, knight e3. Okay, did not go g3. She played knight to e3. Okay, fine, no problem. b3. Wow, interesting. She is blocking this bishop. She is saying like, okay, this bishop go back to b1 square. If the bishop goes to b1 square, then the rook on a1 must be feeling very, very sad. That's what I can say. And now knight into g4, knight into g4, bishop b1, and rook e8. Well, interesting. One thing is there, like any normal player will be tempted to play f5 move, right? How many of you think that f5 is a very interesting option? But if you go for the f5 move, then after this e into f4, rook into, means e into f5, rook into f5, d4 will be played, and this bishop on b1, which is like a sleeping bishop, will be coming in the game very soon. So that's why she did not go for f5 move, which looks like a very natural idea to go for this, but it's not a good idea. So she plays rook to e8, queen to e2, queen c7. She is going slowly and gradually. The knight on g4 is being attacked by the queen, so she moved the knight to back to f6 square, knight f1, bishop f8. Well, knight f1 means this knight might be coming to g3 square, so knight f5, knight h5, these are the ideas. So bishop goes behind to f8 square. If it's possible, she can always play g6, controlling these two squares. Okay, bishop g5. Opponent is also very clever. She stops g6 move. Now g6 is no longer possible because bishop into f6 will be played. So she played knight to d7. She is ready to play g6. She is like, okay, if it's necessary, I will play that move. Knight e3 is played on the board. Knight is heading towards d5 as well as f5 square. What she is going to play, we need to figure it out. Whether she should allow the knight to come to d5 square, or she will allow the knight to come to f5 square. Okay, she did not allow d5 square. She played knight b6. She is controlling everything on this side of the board. Now maybe knight f5 will be played, or maybe queen g5 or queen h5. This is both the ideas are there from the white side. So somehow I feel like white is getting some play on the king side, and the idea of rook f1 followed by f4 is also there. And if f4 is there, if you capture here, if the f file is opened up, all white needs to do is like just play a d4. So here Harika needs to play very, very accurately, because white's attack is building up in this situation. White's attack is building up. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Yes, Ram Prasad, we will definitely go there, but we have not seen Harika's game since long time, so I want to look at this game and we need to check out. Array Dynamic Chess, you are not a mod here. You need to come from the other account to post the links. Only mods can post the link. कार्तिक के नाम से जो अकाउंट है कार्तिक एस, उससे लिंक पोस्ट करो, उससे लिंक पोस्ट करो. Okay, I'll only put the link. This is the previous game link, okay, which he was talking about. This is the previous game link, Anish. And today also I posted one video related to Vidit's game, so you can check out that game also, guys. Okay, this is Vidit's game which I just analyzed today. Yeah, VD versus AD is still going on. Vidit is having a great position. Vidit is pawn up in this situation. So here, after rook b3, bishop into d5, bishop into d5, we were already discussing this situation, and Adhiban played knight to c7. Now the bishop is being attacked, so he played bishop to c6, not allowing this bishop to be exchanged. I think this knight will be jumping towards the f4 square, followed by knight f5, knight d5 will be played, or maybe the possibilities of knight into g6 are also there. So Vidit is already having lots of play in this situation. That's what I will say. Shreya, I think I have answered your question. And Lambuma Kijak. Namaste, namaste. Good evening, good evening. Okay, bishop c6. What do you think, guys? Chalo, batao mujhe. Anything interesting? तू कोई सेलिब्रिटी है क्या तेरी आइडेंटिटी रिवील नहीं करने को? पूरी बॉडी अकड़ गई जस्ट बैठ के. Okay, let's look at Carlsen's game also. Carlsen, Anish Giri game we are going to see. Where is Mr. Anish? Anish is playing against a very young opponent, Abdu Sataro, Northerbeg, and a5, a3. Oh well, a5 हम सोच रहे थे. Rook into a3, e5, bishop into e4, ed4, bishop d3, capture, rook h5. Okay, Anish might be going for knight to g4, and then rook a4, rook into h2. The pawn is oh my god. Well, I somehow I feel white is having advantage here, because white is having two bishops plus the b pawn is there. It is not a pawn. So I think like, okay, this, okay, knight into f2 cannot be played because bishop is there. Oh my god, is Anish going to lose this game, guys? Is Anish going to lose this game? Because he doesn't have any passed pawn on this side of the board. White is definitely having this pawn as a passed pawn. What do you think? Like, what is the thing? But okay, it's not that easy to like just push the pawn. Obviously b4 needs to be covered, and then rook a4, and then it will happen. It will take some time, but definitely there is some chances there. Okay, Anish played g6. Maybe he wants to play h5 and try to play something on this side of the board. ये कौन सी लैंग्वेज में बात कर रहे हो? आई थिंक यू आर टॉकिंग इन तेलुगु. Talk in the language which I also understand. Okay, g6. This is going to be interesting. I feel like somehow, okay, Anish will definitely defend this situation, but looking at the position, I feel like white is definitely having more chances here in this situation. He is having more chances. The pawn should go forward, and it will be a game to look at, guys. It will be a game to look at. We'll go through other games also. Both they say I have not checked any other game. White as a games we were going to check out. Knight d5, e5, bishop h3, knight e5, okay, h5. Positionally, white is having good chances. Okay, black is also going to play something here. Black might, c6 is played. I don't understand. Maybe he just played this move because he is going to pressurize here, not there, sorry. On g3 square he might be pressurizing after some time. That is there. Okay, we'll check out other game. Dubo is playing against, oh wow, rook into e3. Kahan pe? Oh, he sacrificed. Oh my god, Malakov has sacrificed his rook for the exchange, man. Okay, this is interesting. Knight d1. Okay, he played knight d1 because the first of all we'll go through a little bit. Queen e2, b5, a4, bishop attacks the knight, knight goes behind. I want to check this position from black side. Okay, knight goes behind, then a5. Okay, c4 pawn is hanging. I can understand that thing, but if you capture on c4, then bishop into a6 will be there, and the rook on f1 will be attacked in that case. Okay, so it's not a good idea. So he plays rook e1. Now c4 pawn is being attacked. He supports the pawn with bishop to a6. e5, the knight is being attacked, so knight d5 goes, e6, interesting idea. And now f5, knight comes on the e5 square, amazing. Then rook f6, again attacking the pawn on e6. He plays knight f7. The pawn is supported, plus the knight is attacking the queen, so queen needs to be supported. Again the pawn on e6 is being attacked, but pawn is supported by two pieces. He plays knight e3, rook into e6. He gives up the thing, knight g5. Wow, c3, the queen is attacked. Queen c2, rook into e3. Kya baat hai? What a game, man, what a game. Bishop into e3 has been played by white. What did he get? Okay, he got one pawn and a knight for the rook, plus the d4 pawn is a weakness, plus the c3 pawn is also a very interesting point. So I think there is enough compensation from black side. All he needs to do is just bring the knight on b8 in the game and he should be fine. Amazing. Very creative play by him, I'll say, very creative. So Dubo versus Malakov game, it's going to be very crazy. Okay, you have started in Telugu. I did not pay attention to the chat and you have started in Telugu now. I will also start in Marathi now, okay? I'll talk in Marathi. If more trades, okay, Shreyas Sahai is saying if more trades take place, that bishop pawn will make Anish lose. Yeah, correct. That the knight pawn, not bishop pawn. Knight pawn will be the one which will definitely be very bad for him. Okay, b4 has been played by here. Bishop c6, rook into b3, a into b3, rook b8, b4, queen a3. Okay, Vidit is going for the kill now. Vidit is going for the kill. Knight f4 is definitely going to happen on the board, and if the knight comes here, then what are the things? Knight f4, rook b4, because knight is being attacked by the queen, so we need to do something. We can support the knight also by playing rook d1. This is also a possibility. Just support the knight so that knight supports the pawn on b4 and it should be okay. Yeah, Dubo is आणि काय अतुल भाऊ, तुम्ही स्ट्रीम करा, तुम्ही स्ट्रीम करा, नॉट तुम्ही स्ट्रीम करा. Can you predict the move? Rook d1. Yes, we were talking about this thing only. Rook d1 will be played. Just support the knight and play the position calmly, because this pawn is supported. This pawn can always be, now queen d7 can also be one of the ideas to attack the c7 knight. I'm eating biscuit Parle-G. How many of you like Parle-G? Tell me in the chat. Who likes Parle-G? Parle-G is my favorite biscuit, which I am eating since my childhood. Knight d6 now, okay. Knight e6 is play, I will play bishop d5. I have some attacks. See, knight e6, bishop d5 will be played. Now, if knight c7 is played, it will be a big mistake. Can anybody tell me why knight c7 will be a mistake? Oh, in the game he played queen b3. He's putting some pressure over here. The c4 pawn is also there. So everything is being supported by the queen on g4. Means this supporting here, this supporting here. So the queen is the trump card. So now he needs to free up the queen. Because if the queen stays there, if f5 move comes, then queen needs to move to, because he needs to support the rook on d1, then the pawn on c4 will be hanging in that case. So we need to reduce the weight of this queen. How to do that? Maybe he needs to play bishop f3, so support the bishop, because if the bishop supports the rook, then if the queen is being attacked, we can play queen into g6. Yeah, Aditya, in that position, bishop into f7 was the move. In that position, like in this situation, bishop into f7 was the move, because if you capture, then queen will come here, and wherever you play, queen into c7 will be played, and then d6 is hanging, b8 is hanging, and okay, this should be quite great position. G for genius, that's why you are a genius. क्या बात है guys, इसी बात पे थोड़े likes हो जाए stream पे. Help us to reach 100 likes, guys. Help us to reach 100 likes. Help us, because 100 likes is our milestone which we want to reach today, every day. Yesterday also we reached that thing because of your support. Today also, if you support the stream, do like that. And if you are new here, don't forget to subscribe to the channel also, because we are going to have many interesting things on the channel. We are already having videos, so do subscribe, guys. Slowly and gradually we are improving, and I hope that with your support the channel will definitely improve and grow more. Okay, coming back to the game, rook d1, queen b3. He played bishop f3. See, we were talking about this thing only. Vidit plays very accurate chess, very accurate. He is supporting this thing. Now, if the queen is being attacked, we can do anything. Like queen is free now. Okay, we need to support the pawn, but at least it is free. Okay, we'll see Harikrishna's game. What happened in Harikrishna's game? A4 was played because the knight on b5 was being attacked. So rook c8, attacking the c3 knight, because rook into c3, knight into c3, rook into c3 is the threat. Means two pieces will be lost if he goes for this thing. So he supports the knight with queen to b3. Okay, and then bishop to d8, rook f d1. Okay, if this thing happens, then rook will be attacking on d7, so he did not go for that thing. Bishop a5. Again, black is constantly putting pressure on the c3 knight. Now again, bishop into c3, knight into c3, rook into c3 is threatened, so we have to play this knight now. There is no way that we can do anything. We have to play the knight. What do you think will he play? He played knight into d5. Wow, he played the knight into d5. Now knight into d5, rook into d5, and the pawn on d3 will be under attack. This is what we think might happen on the board. And okay, in that situation, how he is going to play? Yeah, Harika's game also we are going to see. Let's move to Harika's game. Okay, Harika played king h8. We were already there till queen g4, queen knight b6. We were there at this situation, and I was talking like white will be getting his pieces towards the king side. So opponent played queen g4, bringing the queen in the game, and she played king h8, getting away from those things. And she is definitely going to bring this queen also on d7, try to exchange the queens. Maybe this might be one of the next moves. This might be there on the board. So she needs to defend the situation at any cost. Another idea which I can feel is like f6 is also there, because if black plays f6, this bishop needs to go somewhere, and then queen f7 and queen g6, she can try to exchange the queens. Thank you, Butterscotch. 100 likes should be there. Yes, 100 likes should be there. Whoever new is here, Don't be confused, be a little bit open-hearted, like our stream, and spread the channel with your friends also. If they are interested in chess, if they like to talk about chess, then this is the stream for you. You can ask me question related to chess, and I am completely free to answer your questions. Okay, so hit me with your questions, whichever are there related to chess. I'll be more than happy. Okay, chalo then we will consider what is happening. Okay, this game has progressed a lot. King e7. I will just refresh the page once. In this game, g4 and then king e7 was played. Rook into d5, rook c2, and b2 pawn is attacked. h4 was played. g6, rook b5. He captures the pawn on b2. g5, capture, bishop g7, and king g2. This is a very equal position. Very equal position. Now rook into b6 is one of the ideas which is there on the board, but rook into b6, a into b6, rook into a8, and then rook into b3 will be played. Then 1 2 3 4 pawns are there, and 1 2 3 4 pawns will be there. So this is going to be a draw. Obviously, means after 9 moves the time will be improved, and they will definitely play for longer time. We'll check that out. Okay, in Nihal's game, many things happened. Queen into e5 was played. Queen into e5, knight into e5, knight into e6. We exactly talked about this thing. D into e6, bishop into e5. This also we discussed f6, and bishop went to b2 square. See, earlier I talked about this situation until this point, and then I was saying like bishop will go back and king e7, bishop c5, king e7, and that's what exactly happened in the game. That's what exactly happened. I showed this thing with the arrows, and in the game, look at what happened. Bishop b2, bishop c5, f3, and king e7. So this is also getting drawish. Rook d8 is going to come on the board, and the rooks will be neutralized. This bishop is aiming towards this side. This bishop is aiming towards this side. And okay, these two bishops are here. So it should be equal. Rohit Kumar is saying like it's painful to see AD versus BD and Magnus versus Aryanthari paired against each other. Yeah, that's a little bit pity, I will say, because two countrymen, they are friends with each other, and they're playing against each other, and one of them will be eliminated. It's not like the friend is there, they will draw the game and maybe something will happen. One of them will be eliminated for sure, and obviously Vidit is going to win, which I feel like that. And in Aryanthari and Magnus Carlsen is definitely going to win. So those things are definitely going to happen. Do like the stream, guys. Before you, I know like you are moving from this stream to that stream, but if you are coming on my stream, if you are new to here on my stream, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We'll come to the, as they say, like kar do janta. Okay, so we will see what's happening in their game also. This is the position we were talking about. Bishop b7, bishop a3, rook d1. Magnus is playing slow chess as usual, and bishop c5. Okay, this pawn on d2 is being attacked by two pieces, rook as well as the queen. The rook is supporting the pawn on d2. Maybe queen into c5 will be played. Okay, Vadlamani is saying, I think Harika is going to have tough time. All her pieces on the queen side, white is attack. Yeah, miss. Yeah, miss, that's true, like but she will be coming, because we talked about this thing like f6, queen f7 is also one of the ideas by which she can bring the pieces in the game, and rook can also come here to defend, and this bishop on f8 is there now, which will be defending everything. So this bishop on b1 and the rook on a1, they are not in the game right now. So Harika is definitely having some chances to defend the position, because if you see 1 2 and 3 pieces are there from opponent's side to attack on her king, and she is having this queen which can come in the game very easily, and after f6 the queen will also come, bishop is there. So I don't think so she is in big trouble. She will definitely defend this position. Nothing wrong with her position. She's having okay position, because pieces are going to come for sure. Nothing to worry about that game. Okay, we will see Matlako game, because no, what was the game? Malako game. Yeah, in that game he sacrificed an exchange on e3, and what's going to happen after sacrificing there? Okay, c3, we were at this situation. He captured on b2, queen into b2, knight d7, rook to c1, knight b6, a4 pawn was attacked, bishop b7, the pawn on c6 is supported, bishop f4. Okay, the knights are very firmly placed. That's what I can say here. The knight is attacking on a4 also, and the pawn on d4 is a weakness which is being attacked by the bishop, and bishop f4 has been played here. What's going to happen? Why is he playing like this? What if we capture bishop into d4? Is it going to happen? Oh, what's okay? This is the pin. Okay, this is the pin. Rook into e7 is the threat. Okay. After bishop e3, rook into e7 is the threat. So we have to play bishop after bishop f4. I think bishop f6 needs to be played in order to save the pawn on e7. And okay, tough game. Queen d7 and the rook will come in the game. I think Navedara lost. Really, he lost that game. Yeah, we will come back to Vidit's game. In Vidit's game, queen c2 is played by Adhiban here. Adhiban played this thing. Okay, I think it's time for us to change the name of the stream, guys, because we'll change the name of the stream because Anand's match is over. Anand's match is over. So we'll just say Vidit versus Adhiban, and other players are there, like Nihal is there, Harikrishna, Nihal, Pragg, Harikrishna, Harika, and Magnus company. Okay. Okay. We have changed the name now for the time being. Looks like game is going to draw. Okay, Rohit, we will definitely check that thing also. Saurabh Sinha, pranam, namaste, Hari Om. Okay, let's check it out. What are the other options? Mamedoro lost against Martisian. Oh, Azerbaijan versus Armenia. This thing is always very crazy. Okay, they have lots of tension in between the two nations, and their matches are always very, like, so much of emotions are there in between their matches. So Martisian is always developing. And one more thing I would like to say that he is the player who played in India also, and he was second of Aronian, so he is very experienced. Means when it comes, he is very young, plus he is experienced. He has worked with Aronian, and he was the part of the team in Olympiad also. So great player, and he won his first game against Mamedoro. Very super strong player. Knight into c6, b into c6, bishop f4, knight h5, bishop e3, c5, knight captures on d5. Okay, he gave up the pawn here. e6, knight f4, capture on d4, knight into h5, g into h5, bishop d2, rook c8. Okay, rook e8, rook c1, queen b6, queen a4, e3. This position doesn't seem like it is lost, but he lost after just 9 moves. How is it possible? He captures here, d1, bishop b5, queen comes here, and in next 7 moves he lost. Come on, man. Bishop d4, bishop e1, defending the position, e7. Okay, now I understand. He opened up the king position. Now bishop d5 came. The pawn on f7 is being attacked. Oh my god. Now queen can also come anytime here. Bishop into f7, rook into c8, bishop into h5. Now queen f7 check is coming. Rook f8 is played. Bishop f3. Okay, he defends everything, and then rook c1. Okay, he just resigned in this position. Why did he resign? Rook c1. I think he got frustrated or something. Maybe rook c7 is going to come on the board. That's also one of the reason. And basically black's king is too much exposed. This bishop is not coming in the games. I think the main mistake was to play e5. The connection between the king and the bishop was lost. और चेस को ज़्यादा लाइक करते हैं वहाँ की जनता. या Armenia chess is something which is very very famous. Okay, so we will come back to the game of our Indian players. What's going to happen here? King d6. Okay, he's going for the exchanges. f6 was played, d5 and king d6. Pragg is having some interesting position. The rooks are here, the knight is here, the pawn is here. Means he can capture, but this knight looks more developed. Means it looks more. Okay, knight can jump to d4 square. That's what I feel. Okay, rook c4. Is he going for this thing? Rook to c6 and this f6 pawn will be lost. I think he's going for that thing. F into g5 will be played, knight into g5. हरी अच्छा प्लेयर है बट वो टूर्नामेंट क्यों जीत नहीं पाता. वेल आई रियली डोंट हैव दैट आंसर. Rohit Kumar is saying like all the ex-Soviet countries has very strong chess presence, so it's natural for them to show emotion over the board. Yeah, that's there, but there is like I was talking about Armenia and Azerbaijan. They are enemies against each other, so that's something. That's why the tension is there. Like India against Pakistan is there, no? The tension is always there. Whenever the matches happen, there is some tension. So same way Azerbaijan and Armenia has some wars and everything. They fought wars together, so that thing is always there, like who is better and who wins and all those things are there whenever they are playing against each other. Okay, so Vidit's game we were looking at. I'll go to the Vidit's game. What is happening in the Vidit's game? I just want to check out our Vidit, Mr. Vidit Gujrathi against Adhiban. Okay, with this game that not too much of improvement. Bishop f3, queen c2, we were already there. King g2 and bishop f8 has been played. There is no round. This is knockout tournament. Like every time the players will be eliminated, there is not like you will be able to play rounds. Like just key there finally only 2 players will be left now. I think how many players are left? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24. I think 36. So I don't know how many players are left now. Guys, you calculate and tell me how many players are left. I need to calculate. Bishop to f8. I want to think about this situation. What should white play? Guys, you can also think with me and tell me what should white play in this situation. Because white needs to get some advantage. If he's not going to get advantage, then what? He is already pawn up, so we just need to think about creating a passed pawn in this situation. If we can manage to do that thing, then it will be good. And do like the stream, guys. We are very close to reaching 100 likes. We are already having 78 likes. So to help us to reach 100 likes, and then our small milestone will be achieved. 32 games, 64. Kya baat hai? 64 square players are there. It means after this round 32 will be there. So fourth round will be 32. Next round it will be 16. Fifth round then it will be 8. Sixth round then 4 players. 7. 8th round 2 players. Yeah, 8 rounds will be there. No, every player is going to play 2 games against their respective opponent, and if he loses with 1.5 score or 2-0 score, then he is eliminated. If the score is equal in classical games, then they will play rapid format games. That will also be 2 games, and if the rapid is also drawn, means the score is equal, then they will play blitz, and if the blitz is also equal, then they will play the type like final game, that is Armageddon game. And in that Armageddon game, white must win. If black draws the game, then also black will be proceeded to the next round. So that is the format of the tournament. So let's see. So Vidit is thinking in this situation. He's having 16 minutes, 7 more moves, and they will be having more time. So we will wait for that time. We'll come to Harika's game. What did she play? After she played knight f5 was played by opponent, f6 is played, bishop to d2, and queen f7. This is what we were talking about before some time when king g8 was played. I talked about this thing that f6 and queen f7 should be played, and that's how the game is proceeding. She is bringing the queen in the game, and now g6. She is trying to kick this knight away. So she played g6, knight went back to g3 square. And now maybe h5 is also a good idea, just trying to block everything on this side of the board. Once everything is blocked, maybe we can go king h7 followed by bishop h6 and exchange this bishop also in this situation. Kids story with Ane is saying queen to d7. Where queen d7? Now yeah, queen d7 is maybe possible, but I will prefer h5. No, just kick this queen away. If the queen is moved from this diagonal, then it will be good for us. We need to move this queen away from the main action. The knight this knight is a little bit oddly placed on a5. Means one of these knights should also come on this side of the board. So e6 is a square for the knight, which we can hope. For that, knight c6, knight d8, knight e6 is there. This is one of the idea. Or we can try to bring this knight also. By playing this thing, we can try to play f5 at some point. Maybe it's a possibility. Or knight d7, c4 and knight c5. The knight will be getting a good square on c5 in that case. Thank you, Ram Prasad. Thank you very much. Queen d7 in last Vidit Gujrathi's game. Okay, we'll check it out Vidit Gujrathi's game. Queen d7, you mean to say where here in this situation you are talking about queen d7. Yeah, it was a possibility, but if the moment you move this thing, the pawn on c4 will be lost, no? So that's why Vidit kept the support of the pawn on c4, because if you play queen d7, queen into c4 is coming. So he played queen d4, knight e6, and then he played queen a7. Now c4 cannot be captured because the rook on b8 is hanging here. And thanks for the super chat, Ram Prasad. Thank you very much. Queen is attacking on b8. Okay, I think rook needs to be supported. Rook c8 might be played in here in this situation, and then the pawn on a6 is also hanging. But in that case, the c4 pawn will be falling. Means rook c8, queen into a6, queen into c4 will be played, and maybe the queens will be exchanged or not. I'm a little bit doubtful. The main thing is that this bishop is not coming in the game because of the d6 pawn, and then if the queens are also exchanged, bishop will sit on d5 square, or maybe the knight will sit on d5 square, and then white will start pushing the pawn because this bishop on f8 is not able to come. So if the bishop needs to come in the game, then bishop e7, bishop d8 is the only chance. Bishop d8. Okay, he did not go for this thing. Now a6 pawn is just falling, no? Oh, he is just losing the a6 pawn. I don't understand why did he give up the a6 pawn without any fight. It is just getting over now. I think VD is already winning this game, guys. VD is already winning this game. So first victory for Vidit is going to happen very soon. Very soon. It's going to happen very soon. Vidit OP should be there in the chat. Yeah, we know that this is something different. There will be some of the Like some of you might be Adhiban's fan, the Beast fan, but okay, Vidit played awesome chess. I guess he will convert. Hari Krishna is cruising. Okay, we will check out Hari Krishna's game also. Where is Mr. Hari Krishna playing? Hari is here. Knight b5. Okay, we were around this position when we left this thing. Knight a5 was bishop a5 was played. We were at this situation. Then he played knight into d5, knight into d5, e d5, rook d5, knight a3. Okay, rook c3, queen into c3. Wow, wow, this is something amazing. Queen d8, and he neutralized the position. He converted it, king f1 and knight b5. Amazing, amazing. He is pawn up now, and the king is in the center. King is near the center. The rook will also come in the game. The d3 pawn will be supported. Okay, I think Hari is going to win the first game. Hari is going to win the first game. Hari is definitely having plus position here. And he is like endgame master. See, he is very well known. Even in equal positions, he has won many games, and he is considered as best player when it comes to the end game. So I think like Hari will definitely convert this position. Yeah, Vidit OP. Vidit OP should be there in the chat, because Vidit is going to win and Hari is also going to win. So two players are going to win. Hari and Vidit, our top guys, are going to win. Okay. Yeah, AD OP also. AD today played a little bit flashy, I guess. So maybe he missed one thing in his game. Maybe he missed that the pawn was hanging. Yes, Ranadip, we were looking at that game only, Adhiban's game, but now we are looking at Hari Krishna's game. Just wait for a while. We'll be going. What should be the plan of action, guys? Like, try to understand the plan. Let's try to understand. What do you think that White will plan in this? Can you please write it down in the chat? What should be White's plan? What will White do? Rohit is like, I remember Hari playing in Olympiad where he grinded with black and win the lost position against the Polish player. Yeah, he is very, very famous. Rook a1, okay, that's what you think, rook a1, but I feel like rook might be useful on c file also. Rook might be useful, and the king will go to e2 square, and then we will try to bring the rook up, maybe on c5 square, attack this pawn, or c6 square also. Sir, Hari unpredictable खेल देते हैं. I think like he's a very solid player. Activate the king, try to exchange the rook. That's what dynamic chess is saying. And then minor piece endgame should be winning. Yeah, minor piece endgame should be winning for sure. And the thing is that we need to like move this bishop from this square. If the bishop is moved from a5 square, then only White will get some play. If that bishop is there, then White will not get the play. So we need to bring the king as well as the rook. That is something. Oh, you want to play d4? Well, exchanging the pawns right now is not that much advisable, I feel so. We don't need to exchange the pawns. We can just wait for a while, and we can exchange the pawns after some time. That's what I think. So we'll check that out. What happened to our Praggnanandha's game? Praggnanandha is fighting out, guys. Praggnanandha is fighting out. He is already having a better position. In this situation, rook c4 was played, rook f8 was played by his opponent, rook c6 check, king d7, and now he played rook to b4. Amazing. F into g5, and he played rook a4. Wow. See, now rook into a5, a7 is threatened, followed by rook into g7, and then if the rook, this pawn moves, then b6 pawn will also be falling. So wow, Praggnanandha has pulled out something, guys, pulled out something, because as long as the knight is there on this square on f3, the f2 pawn will not be catch, and the g4 pawn is not going to come forward, because rook will always capture the pawn. So in a way, I will say that he is having this passed pawn, and a5 pawn means these two pawns are going to fall for sure. I think Praggnanandhaa might be winning this game after some time. Means he's at least having some better chances for sure. Amazing, amazing. If Pragg wins this game, then it will be good for us. Obviously, Hari is winning, Vidit is winning, and Pragg. What is happening with Nihal's game? We have not checked Nihal's game since long time. He was around this position, c4, b4, bishop d3, and bishop g6. He captured here, rook into d8, king into d8, king c2. Okay, this seems to be equal. Both the sides are having 2 rooks. Sorry, 2 bishops on the board, and 6 pawns are there. It looks equal because there is no weakness in anybody's side, nor white nor black. There is no weakness. So we can expect 3 results today. Pragg can win. Hari is already having better position. Vidit almost winning. I think almost winning. Okay, Vidit captured the pawn on a6, guys. Knight g5 was played, and then knight e1. Okay, he is just supporting here. Okay, Ranadeep Datta is saying rook b1, then knight a3 makes sense. Then he can convert, I guess. Okay, that's what your thing. I still feel exchange would do. Rook b1 and knight a3. Okay, fine. g7 is also hanging. Yeah, in that game, yes. No, there is no senior junior here in this tournament. All age group players can play. It is a World Cup. This the selected players are playing. World Cup is a different thing. Means Praggnanandhaa is just 14-15 years old. I don't know exactly how much. Pragg OP, you can, yes, definitely. Pragg OP should be there in the chat, guys. So today we are expecting 3 results, and that will be a great thing. Today Anand already won the match against Kramnik, and if Pragg wins, Harika, okay, Harika, we should not forget about Harika. What is happening in Harika's game? She played, oh my god, she is playing too passive, I guess. So knight g3, queen e6 was played, queen e2, rook b7. Okay, she's trying to bring the pieces, queen g8, rook f1, knight c8. Harika's pieces are a little bit cramped here in this situation. h5 has been played by her opponent. Okay, her position is little bit tough. Her position is tough. Rook c4 would have been more effective, maybe. Which game you are talking about, I don't know. Harika is having tough position. I don't know. This knight looks a little bit oddly placed on that side of the board. The knight should come in the game, then only it should be good, because white is threatening with this bishop, queen, knight, and the rook. 4 pieces are there around black's king, miss, and this pawn has also reached here. Yeah, women grandmasters can also play, but you need to qualify for this tournament. Without qualification, you cannot really play in this tournament. Like, there is a qualification process is there. There are many criteria to qualify, and if you qualify, then anybody can play. Only in women's section, only women will be played, but in other section that you have to qualify. Means you can be a boy or a girl, woman or a man, you can play. Okay, here they're thinking, we already had a look at this situation. The position has not changed. We'll go back to here, rook a4. Okay, what do you think? Can you predict, guys? Like, can you predict like Pragg will win this game, or Krasenko will manage to draw this game? What is your opinion? What is your opinion? Please let me know. Please let me know what is your opinion. Is Pragg going to win this game, or is it just going to be a draw? Yes, Keshav, we had a look, and Vidit is winning today against Adhiban, but we are expecting something which we were not actually expecting, that the position was almost equal, but Pragg has got some chances and he is having a great position here. He's having a great position. So please let me know. Pragg will win. Okay, Rohit is saying Pragg will win. And okay, what else? Anyone else? Okay, Dynamic is also saying Pragg will win. Saurabh is saying Pragg will win. Pragg will swindle. Swindle matlab bigadna. Means something is going good and you swindle the win. Psych XD is saying 95% Pragg and 5% time. Okay. Okay, okay. Time. Okay, time. But after 4 moves, they will be getting 30 more minutes. So no issues. Pragg will be having lots of time just after 4 moves. He just, this is move number 36. At like 40th move, after completing the 40th move, they will be getting 30 minutes more. So there will be plenty of time. so no issues for that thing, no issues. And guys, do like the stream, okay? We are reaching slowly and gradually towards 100 likes, so I hope that today we will be having 100 likes. Pragg is in good form. Okay, he can win. Definitely Pratichi. He will win. We'll wait for his game to get over. It is going to be a very long game for sure. Only with this game is going to end very soon. So knight e5, queen f5, queen c6 and rook e5. Okay, Adhiban is trying to get all his pieces against Vidit's king. But Vidit is supporting this bishop here, and now I think he's just going to push the pawn. He's just going to push the pawn very soon. Is there any other idea in this situation which can be done? b5 is one of the... Okay, if you play b5, then rook c5 might be played. Rook c5 followed by rook into c4. So b5 right now is not a good idea because rook c5 is coming. What should Vidit play? Oh, okay. Queen h3 check is also one of the ideas. Okay, we need to pay attention to this thing also. Bro, collab with Sagar. Yeah. Means that day, I don't know when it will happen. Maybe it will happen after a few years. That till that point, it will not happen, I think. हरि ने गजब का रिक मारा है. Among Indian juniors, Pragg is strongest among them in classic. Nihal is beast in blitz and rapid. Yeah, Nihal is very strong. Means okay, you cannot say like only classic. He's not good in classic. Nihal just won 2 classical tournaments. Rohit, if you might be knowing about that thing, he won 2 tournaments quite convincingly in Serbia. So he is also very strong when it comes to classical chess. Okay, we will see like what is happening. Okay, rook c1 he played. We were talking about this thing that rook might come to c1 square. He got the rook on c1. He got the rook on b1 again. Now what we should do? Knight a3 and exchange the rooks. This is also one of the possibility. Roshni, why play Indian players opponents? It is like the drawing of the lots for what's like it is already predetermined who is going to play against whom if you win. Like in this game, like VD and AD game, whoever is going to win, he will be playing against these 2 players like Jeffrey Ziong. What was the name of that? Jeffrey Ziong and Grandlis. Whoever is the winner of this match, he will be playing against the winner of AD and VD. So the pairings are already decided. Only thing is like we don't know who is going to play against whom. It only depends upon the winner. This is the knockout system. That's why this is happening. All these things are happening. Okay, so Anish Giri's game. What is happening in Anish Giri's game? Wow. This kid Abdul Sataro is giving a very tough time to Anish Giri. That's what I will say. Anish Giri is trying to get some counterplay, and Abdul Sataro is hoping for his chances with the B pawn. If the B pawn moves forward, then it is not going to be so easy for Anish. So Anish needs to be very what do you call, creative also, and he needs to create his own chances. Means counterplay should be there. Bro, what do you think the best opening as black for rating 1100? Well, for 1100 rating for black, I don't know. You should try to play as solid as possible and just work on your tactics. Opening is not the main thing for the players below 1600 or 1800, I'll say. Main thing happens in your games also. You can check it out in your games also. You can see you don't lose the game just because of the opening. You lose the game because of some blunder, tactical mistake or something. So you need to pay attention to that thing. So like you try to improve those things, and definitely your game will also improve with that thing. And if you are new here, then please do subscribe to the channel, because on my channel also you can get some interesting videos and live streams, so you can enjoy and you can improve your chess here. Okay. Okay, coming back to the game, knight e5 was played here. What is happening in Grushchuk game? Grushchuk against Pickard. Okay, Grushchuk is having some good position. 1 2 3 4 5 pawns are there, 6 pawns are there, 4 pawns are... Okay, Grushchuk should be winning. Obviously Grushchuk is much more stronger than Alan Pickard. What is happening in Magnus Carlsen game? Okay, he is building up the pressure. This knight is very nicely placed on c4, and he has played queen b7. Okay, why is he playing this thing? Because black was trying to attack on the king side, so he wants to neutralize the position by exchanging the queens. If the queens are exchanged, then this will be a clear position where this knight will be superior than the knight bishop on f6, and white is the one who is having some good control over the b file. Armageddon. Yeah, Armageddon will happen in some of the games. Okay, we'll come back to our Indian games. Pragg has captured the pawn on b6. This is what we were expecting, because after a4 the pawn on a7 cannot be protected. He plays a5, rook into b6. Bro, put on subscriber made on दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा. What are you talking about? Subscriber mode on means what? Which type of mode you are talking about? What are you talking about? You can write down in Hindi also. Means what do you mean by subscriber made? Okay, coming back to the game, rook to b6. This pawn on g6 is a weakness which can be captured anytime. Rook into a5 will not be played very soon, because g4 will be played and the knight needs to move, and then the pawn on f2 will be captured because two rooks are attacking here. Okay, so that's completely not possible here. Hari made an unexpected move. Seriously, we will check out Hari's game also. Where is Mr. Hari? Oh my goodness. Really? No. It is not a move which he will make. This is a broadcast error. It is a broadcast error for sure. He will never make that kind of move. See, bishop b4, rook b1, bishop a5, knight a7. He did not make it. The rook is on a8. The rook is on a8, not b8. If you capture, then the back rank checkmate is there on this side of the board. So it's not a possibility. You cannot really capture. So the rook will be coming on b7 square very soon, and then Hari will try to kick this bishop away from this square. Maybe knight c6 and then rook b8 check. Once the rooks are exchanged, Hari will definitely win the game, because knight will be much more stronger than the bishop. The king is also very close to the center. It can come to king e2, king f3, king e4 will be happening on the board very soon. So I guess so, like, Hari is going to grind down his opponent slowly and gradually. It will take some time. Bishop c7 has been played, but now the rook comes on the 7th rank for sure. He will definitely play rook to b7. Yes, Ranadeep, we will go to that game. We'll go to that game. Just 1 minute. Let Hari play at least one move. Rook b7 is I am expecting. Then see, the thing is that if the bishop leaves this diagonal, then the a pawn will be moving forward for sure. Not on a6, but at least we can play a5 followed by knight to c6, and then we need to figure out how to push the pawn forward. Maybe we need to bring the rook, or means we need to bring the king in the game via this route, or maybe from this route. Like this, the king should come in the game, and then the a6 will be pushed in that case. Yeah, correct. Like Nihal's game, yes, Nihal's game, we will check it out. Nihal's game is going to be almost, it's equal game. 6 versus 6 is there. No chance for Nihal. It should be an equal game. Okay, Harika's game, we'll see. H into G6 was played. Harika played this. Opponent opened up the game. Knight H5 was played. Bishop G7. Okay, Harika is in trouble, guys. Her king is too much exposed, and pieces are coming on her king. Harika is in trouble. This bishop is, oh, that's what I was talking about. This bishop will also come. The bishop also came in the game. Okay. What she should do, how she should defend. Only good thing from Harika's side is that this bishop needs to move, and then only this rook will come. If this rook was also there in the game, then it was over. But one magical idea which I can see is like rook can move somewhere on this file, and then king f2, and then bishop will be played here, and then rook will come on h1, and then okay, the king will be under a lot of pressure. So Harika needs to find out something to equalize the game. Knight into g7 followed by bishop f6 is also one of the threat here in this situation. How she is going to defend? It seems difficult for Harika now. Knight g7, bishop f6 there. Maybe rook f7 is the idea to defend the f6 pawn. She missed rook f7. At which position you are talking about? At which rook f7 at which position? Yeah, she is difficult. We cannot say like she's just losing, but she is definitely in a very difficult situation right now. Okay, we will check with its game. In with this game, knight e1, queen f5, queen c6, rook e5, knight d3 is played. Rook e8, rook went back, and well, we can place the knight bishop on d5, and we can start pushing the pawn on b5. Nihal game, sorry I missed in case you already showed. Yeah, I already showed Karthik. The Nihal's game is getting almost ending in a draw. It's almost a drawn position. We checked out this game. Everything is equal. Only Pragg's game, we are expecting that Pragg should win. Opponent has played bishop to c3 now. Miss rook b6 is the position which we were looking at. And now what should Pragg do? This bishop is there. Pragg is having 4 minutes and 3 more moves needs to be played. You tell me, you let me know what should be, and I will take a break for 1 minute. I'll come back. Till that moment, do like the stream, guys. We are very close to 100 likes. Let's make it 100 likes today. Okay, support our channel, support Indian players also, and thanks for being there, all of you. I'll take 1 minute break and I'll come back. Till that moment, I hope that we will have some more likes. Okay, I'll come back. See you. Okay, I'm back. Oh, he played rook c4. Yeah, Vadlamani, you talked about that thing that she is in trouble, and yeah, she was in trouble, and rook f8 to defend. Okay, you are suggesting that thing. Rook c4 has been played by Pragg here. The bishop is being attacked here. And if the bishop moves anytime, then what's going to happen? Let's check it out. If the bishop moves, if bishop goes to this square, the knight e5 check is coming. Okay, knight e5, sorry, knight e5 check is coming. Then king will go here, then knight into g6 check, and this rook will be lost. And if the king moves behind in this situation, then we have this check. Again the king will come here, and it is just no, rook c7 will not be. King is knight g6, and knight into f8 will be coming. So that's not something he will do. If he goes behind with bishop f6, then what can he do? Again he can just attack here in this, try to hit this pawn, or maybe yeah, he needs to keep this rook here. He cannot really leave this rooks, because g4 if it comes, then it will be difficult. So it's kind of interesting what he is going to play. After rook c4, g4 was played in the game. Okay, rook into g4 is almost compulsory. We'll capture the pawn on g4. Why is he giving up the pawn? If he captures that pawn, then the g6 pawn is also being attacked, like this as well as this. Okay, very tough game is going on. Quite tough, I'll say. Which game play in Play Store for improved chess? In Play Store, you mean to say like what? Sir, you are cool dressing. Thank you, thank you. In Play Store, you mean to say like chess.com ke upar you can play. Chess.com is a good site. Then Leechess is also one of the leechess.org is also one of the websites where you can play chess. Leechess has one application also which you can use. Okay, rook into g4 has been played. We'll come back to Vidit's game. Vidit has played knight to f4, attacking the queen. Maybe knight into f3 is one of the ideas. The queen is being attacked. Queen needs to move back. Is he going to exchange the queens or not? Vidit is 2 pawns up. Definitely he is going to win. f2 pawn is hanging. No, rook into g4 will be played. No. Why are you worried about that thing? We can just capture the pawn on g4. The rook was on c4. If you can see, like the rook was on c4 square. Okay, with it is we don't need to worry about that thing. Hari is making slow and gradual process. Rook b7, he brought the rook on the 7th rank. Bishop d6, and now he pushed the pawn. g6, he played knight c6. This is, we were already expecting he will play that like that. Knight e7. Oh, he exchanged the rooks also. Now it's more easy for him. Rooks are getting exchanged. Sorry, bishop and knight are exchanged. Rook endgame. The pawn on e5 is hanging. e5 is going to fall for sure, because if we play this thing, we can push the pawn, again push the pawn. The pawn on the 7th rank will be much more difficult for him to defend. Rook c5. Now I think he's just going to push the pawn, or maybe he can give a check and then push the pawn, because if you don't push the pawn, if you don't give a check, then the king will come on f8 square. Yeah, he pushed the pawn, no issues. And now if king f8, he can still push the pawn, because rook a5 needs to be played. Yeah, rook a5. Now a7 or first rook e8 and then rook a8. This is also there, and then he will try to bring the king up. If the king comes up in this situation, then the thing is that the king will hide on a7 square. This is the usual plan which happens. I'm telling you guys, king will hide on a7 square, rook will come on b8, then rook b7 or rook b6, then king b7, and then a7 a8 will be queening. So remember this plan. Whenever the pawn is on a6 square, if your rook is going to be there in front of the pawn, then don't push the pawn to a7 square, because a7 square is very important for the king. Your king should go up all the way till a7 square, or king should be there on a7, so the rook will be free in that case. Okay, he played a7 because the rook is here, but that I'm just telling you, if this variation was there, no, if this, usually if the rook is here, then the king needs to come up and king will hide here, rook b8, rook b6, king b7, a7 a8 will be the one of the plan. Okay, he plays a7, king g7. He's still going to win because rook b7 will be played. At some point the king cannot really have any squares to move around, and then he will try to bring the king up like this. Is trying to, because now if the rook is on b7 square, the king will be going to b8 square like this. The king will go up to the b8 square and then pawn will be queening, and this is a very good square for the rook also. Sideways is always good. Rook should not be in front of the pawn or something like that. It should not be a passive square for the rook. That's what I'm saying this thing. Harikrishna OP, yes, Harikrishna OP. As if anybody is new here on the channel, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the channel also. I hope that some of you might be new. Hari has played some high class games in recent years. Yeah, obviously he is a high class player. No, he is supposed to play high class. Okay, you suggested rook f7 for Harika when knight on g3. Oh, really? Adhiban, okay. He resigned. Oh, nice, nice, nice. He resigned, I think. Bishop g2 and Adhiban has resigned. So Vidit has scored the first win, guys. Amazing, amazing. Vidit OP should be there in the game, in the chat, guys. Vidit OP should be there. Okay, and some hearts for Vidit. Maybe we'll show these hearts to Vidit at some point. We'll show it to him. Oh, Harika is in big trouble, man. Harika is in big trouble. The game is already over, I think. Yeah, she resigned. She resigned. The game is over. Harika lost today. That's a little bit sad, but okay, at least. But Harika might come back in the next game, because Harika will be having the white pieces in the next game. But okay, Vidit has won, so Vidit needs just a draw to qualify for the fourth round. Means tomorrow he needs just a draw. So here Harikrishna is bringing the king up, king f6. This will be a very interesting endgame which we need to study and which we need to pay attention to, because very instructive. Many a times what happens, like we don't understand how to win a winning position, and we need to focus and we need to pay attention to these top players games, how they convert the game. Like Hari is just one pawn up, and how he is going to convert it will be a very great treat for all of us. So the two games are over. Harika's game with this game. Here this game is going on. Okay, they are at this situation, and it is equal game. Rook into g4 was played, g5 was played by here Pragg's opponent. So we have two important games which are going on, Pragg's game and Hari's game. So we'll stick to Pragg's and Hari's game, and we will shuffle between two games, because both the games here Pragg is having one extra pawn and Hari is also having one extra pawn. Yeah, Pragg OP. We'll stick around this game. What do you think, like, should be the plan from white side to win in this position from white side? Tell me, guys, tell me the plan of action. Can you tell me the plan of action? And one more thing I would like to tell you, I like to request you, if you are new here by any chance, then do like this stream, okay, and subscribe to the channel also, because we'll be having lots of fun. We'll be playing, I will be playing against the subscribers on the rest day of World Cup. I'm telling you right now, and that time we will you will get the chance to play against me, so be there, be there. Rook b7, I think he's going to play. Ah, okay, 40 moves are over. They will be getting half an hour. So Hari will take some time to think about the situation. It will be a slow and steady game now. It will be a slow and steady game. Hari will definitely get some time. He'll think about the position and he'll play slow and steady, because 40 moves are over. Both the players will be getting half a minute, half hour. Harika is a very strong player. Tomorrow we can expect taking game from. Yeah. We can expect definitely. Harika is going to fight tomorrow, because it's like the last chance for her to be there in the World Cup. So she is having white places also. She will definitely win tomorrow. Means I feel like she is going to win tomorrow. Put the rook on b7, get the king near to a7 pawn. Since black cannot leave the f file, it will be tough to stop the king from coming. Yes, dynamic chess, you are absolutely right, and that's how you should be doing in that case also. So correct, you are going in the right path, that's what I will say. Guys, I'm hungry now. We are streaming since last 3.5 hours. I'm quite hungry. I'll have some biscuits and talk a little bit less for some time. Bring my dinner. Oh, what? Oh, knight e7 and knight c6 is coming on the board. Oh shit. This is what happens when you are in time pressure. 39th move is always very crucial. 39th move, 34th move means this is very crucial. Knight c6 is coming and you are going to lose the piece or exchange, you can say. Because the point is, like, after king f8, you cannot go to h7 square because rook h5 is a mate. The knight will be controlling g8 and g6 square. And if king f8 is there, knight c6, the rook cannot move because of obvious reason. There will be a check and it will be a mate, but the king cannot come on e7 square. I think it's game over. Magnus Carlsen is winning, guys. Magnus Carlsen is winning. Nihal messed up his position. We will check it out. We'll check it out. Very sad. Miss Aryan was playing so well. Like this was the position where he miss. Okay, he is in tension a little bit because Magnus is having 5 pawns on this side of the board. Magnus is pawn up, but with just one move, he just finished the game. Yeah. Nihal's game. Oh my god. Oh shit, this king is coming here and the... Oh shit. There was not that much possibilities, but... Oh, the king got the entry. How did he get the entry? Bishop here. Oh, Nihal made a blunder in time pressure, man. King e4. This was the main blunder. Bishop c6 check came and this pawn is... the king came here. What she should do then? Just wait for a while. Maybe he cannot even play this pawn. Huh? Bishop c6 is coming in on the board. And this pawn was hanging because then also we are going to bring the king up. Or no. Yeah, we are just going to bring the king up in that case. So f4, king e4, bishop c6. These 40th moves are always very, very crucial. And king g3. Now it is over. Very sad. I was not expecting that Nihal will lose this game. I thought it will be a draw. But now there is no chance. Andrekin is going to win. Okay, at least Pragg is going to win. Pragg is going to win for sure. That's what I feel. Because he is having 2 extra pawns in this situation. 2 extra pawns will be good enough for him to win. But one thing is that this rook and this rook, they are constantly attacking the pawn on f2. Yeah, AD versus VD won the game. Vidit Gujrathi won the game. Already that game finished 10-15 minutes back. And Carlsen also won the game, guys. Three Indians will win. Yeah, 3 Indians will win. Yeah. But at least we were expecting that Nihal would have drawn the game, no? Because the position was equal for almost all the time. It was equal, but one mistake in time pressure and the game just changed everything. It just changed everything. That meme is there, no? Just baat badal li hai, sab kuch badal diya. Us type ka hua. Like it just changed everything. Ranadeep Datta, nice stream, came first time. Thank you for joining me. Thank you very much. I hope that you have subscribed to the channel also. And if you have any chess friends, do let them know that there is someone who is streaming about chess, who loves chess, so they can enjoy the chess with me. Okay, do help us, guys. Do help us to reach more people. We will be streaming every single day from for this World Cup, and I always post at least 1 video a day. So you can learn something, you can visit my playlist and everything. You can definitely learn something from them also, and you can improve your chess. Yeah, but Ranadeep, that position was already very difficult for Nihal. Like we can go to that position and we can try to think like here where this situation is there. Even if he plays waiting move or something, this bishop is pretty bad. Like it is said that whenever the pawns are of the same color, of the same bishop, then your bishop is a pretty bad piece. It is like the ghost on the board. You cannot really do anything. He cannot touch any of the black pawn because black pawns are on the dark squares. So this is not that cool position for white. He cannot touch any of his opponent's pawn, and if that's the situation, then we are going to get bad only. Okay, king g3, king can capture the pawn. c5, king here and king here. He can capture the pawn for sure, and then he will come back on this a2 pawn. So this bishop is like the ghost on the board. It cannot touch any of the black pawns. See, black is having g7, h6, e5. So even if you play waiting moves, at some point you are going to get out of the moves. Like it is strategically kind of very difficult position for white. So tough positions are there. Hari's game we are going to see. See, Hari's game we left around this thing, king d1. He is bringing the king towards the rook. Slowly and gradually he will be pushing his king up on the board here till b8, I guess so. And once the king will be on b8, the pawn will queen. The only thing is that in that time period, opponent should not get these pawns. Like, he cannot really capture the pawn on f2 or g2, because in just one move the pawn is queening, so he cannot really do that thing. So the king is just going to go up. It should be enough. But okay, black will also try to defend the position by playing king e6, and he will try to restrict the king to come. Maybe he can try something like this, but we don't know exactly how the game is going to proceed. In that position you are talking about, we will check it out. In that position, well, here you are talking about here, like king d3 you are talking about. King d3, I discussed about this thing. No, bishop c6 was coming, like he was going to attack here on f3, and how will you defend? If you play king e2, then again the king will come in the game. King d3, king c3, king b2. So king d3 was not a possibility. Maybe king e2 was one of the moves which can play, but in that case also bishop will come on c6 square, and then white is not having any moves to play, because now king d4 followed by king c3, king b2 is one of the threat. And what can you do here? It's not so easy. It's not at all easy, because if you play this thing, if you try to exchange, they will just exchange the pawn in game. Is no, I don't think so. No, pawn in game e5. Okay, this pawn is there. No, I forgot about this pawn. This is a passed pawn. No, you cannot exchange. If we are not going to exchange, then I think, yeah, maybe this is there. But yeah, it was a possibility. King e2 was one of the moves. That's what, like, game was equal. No, we were talking about this thing. The game was equal throughout the time, but he messed up in the end. That was the main mistake. Like, he was in time pressure. That was the main thing. If he was not in time pressure, maybe he would have found out the, like, best move. But what can we do? Like, in time pressure, anybody can make mistakes. Everybody is prone to make mistakes when it is about time pressure. So here Pragg is thinking, I think their time must have added, thinking about the situation over here. King a2 was one of the moves, and then bishop e4 was there. Ranadip. Yeah, but okay, for us thinking from sitting at like computer or something without any pressure, it's easy to spot the moves. But when we are playing the game, then there is too much pressure. And you should also like see this thing, that Nihal is playing against a very strong player who is there to spot small mistakes, and he is going to take advantage from small and this is the position where almost 40 moves are completing. So there is huge pressure. He's having only 1 minute on the clock, so to play when there is very less time on the clock, and like classical games, it's not so easy. When, see, Nihal plays bullet games, but that is something different. He is already prepared for it. His opponent is also having 1 minute on the clock, and they are playing on laptop or computer. The mouse is there, so they can play pre-moves and everything. But here those kind of tricks doesn't happen on the board. On the board, it's completely different story. So that's why they say, like, playing on the board is completely different experience than playing online. And thank you very much for the people who are liking the stream. Please help us to reach 100 likes today. That will be great. Yesterday also we reached that milestone. Today also we are going to reach that. Step by step we are going forward with all of your help. I hope that someday we will have more viewers also, and we will enjoy with everybody. Okay, so Hari's game we are seeing, like, king b2. See, Hari is already pushing king c1. He brought king b1, and now he is going to push the king forward. f6. Okay, king will definitely come up. This king is going to go on f5 square. That is one of the thing. Yeah, over the board is a different experience only. We'll check if there are any interesting games left here. Uh, Daniel Dubo, by the way, he won the game. Oh no, Black won the game. Seriously? No, Dubo won. White won the game. Okay, this is not something we were looking at. I mean, Bassem. Oh, he is a very strong player from Egypt. The only Grandmaster who has crossed 2700 from Africa, guys. He is playing with the black pieces here. Last 9 chats are mine, so making this 10th one. Sorry. Maybe you are the only one who is active here. Others are just watching the stream and like that only. Thank you for the stream, enjoying. Yeah, thank you for being there also. Thank you very much. 10 chats and not one spam. Yeah, the friends who are coming here new, please help us to reach 100 likes. And also if you are new here, you can subscribe also. I know that some of you are coming and going on the stream, but do help us. Okay, our Hari is winning and Nihal is losing. Amit Wasim is the famed Breyer prayer. Yeah. Yeah, Saurabh, even if Nihal loses today, tomorrow he has one extra game. I already talked about this thing that every player will be getting 2 games to play. And in those 2 games, one player who is going to score 1.5 score, that player will be advanced to the next. If that is also equal, then rapid games will be played. If rapid score means 2 rapid games will be played. If rapid also equal, then blitz will be played 2 games. And if in blitz also the score is equal, then they play in the end the Armageddon. In Armageddon, the side which is means black needs to just draw the game and white must win the game. If the game is draw, then also black proceeds. If black wins, obviously black proceeds. White has only one way to proceed to the next round, that is by winning the game. Hello Narendra, good to have you here. Advik, Krishna, hello. Good to have you guys here. New people are here. Thanks for sending some hi and some love also on the chat. Thank you very much. Actually, the game was so intense, we are forgetting to chat. Yeah, the games are very intense. That's true. 24 Deboraj Biswas. Yes, hello Deboraj. Hari ka dekhna hai. Yeah, Hari is winning. Hari is just going to bring the king up slowly and gradually, and then he is going to queen the pawn, because opponent cannot really do much about it. It means he can play king d6. That is the only way. But the moment he brings the king to this side, maybe these pawns will be falling in that case. When I am trying to send super chat, it is charging, but when I am willing to make the payment, it is just rotating. Is there any way to make a contribution to this channel? Yeah, miss, you can definitely help. Miss, you can send. Google Pay is there. My UPI ID is there. Is in this description. My Google Pay is there. You can, if you really want to send something, you can send on the Google Pay. Yeah, maybe browser, but you can send the super chat, no issues. Adhiban, yeah, definitely he will try to win tomorrow only. But you guys are here. That's also enough for me. You just be there, visit the channel tomorrow also, day after tomorrow also. Just be there in the chat, support the channel, spread this channel with your friends. That is also enough for me. Okay, just be there in the chat, send me some messages, make it more active, and I will enjoy with you more. Okay. Okay, guys, we will see what is happening in other games. Grishuk has won the game. Korobo is still playing against Kirill here. Kirill is a very old guy, very old. Kirill Georgi is pretty old. Means I don't know his age, but he's more than 55, I guess so. And Anton Korobo is a young player who is having this extra pawn, which is almost queening here. Today there are many rook end games are happening on the board. What should be the evaluation of this position? Maybe he can go king c6, c5, king b5 and capture this pawn. That's also one of the thing. And then the rook will move for, if the rook is not there on the c file, the rook will move and then the pawn will be pushing forward. That's one of the thing which I can see in this situation. So that's there. Okay, we'll see what is happening in Jeffrey versus Grandmaster, because the winner of this game means not game, this match will be playing against the winner of AD versus VD. AD versus VD he will be playing. David Navara. Wow. Look at this situation, like how these players understand the imbalances on the board. Like white is having a bishop and a rook, black is having two rooks, but this bishop is so nicely placed in this situation. He has an extra pawn also, means two pawns and a bishop is much more stronger than a rook, and especially when there is a possibility of creating a passed pawn on the other side of the board. It's something which is we need to pay attention to all the time. Means okay, black will not exactly lose the game or something, but I'm saying like the position is balanced because of this thing. Nihal lost the game. Vishal, Nihal lost the game. Ranadeep Datta, have you sent me? I need to check. Where did you send? Yes, Ranadeep. Thank you for the super chat of 100 rupees. Thank you very much, Ranadeep. I received it, 100 rupees. Thank you very much. Yeah, 8 likes more and we will be having 100 likes. Rook b7. This is something which we always need to understand. And this Anish Giri's game, okay, this wow, they have yes, Ranadeep, I have received it. Thank you very much. Bishop d5, and Anish is super GM for a reason. He knows that how to defend the position. He knows how to defend the position, and he defended very well, because we were concerned about this pawn, that what will happen on all, but he exchanged the rooks, he created his own passed pawn here, and now like Abdul Sataro needs to, like, okay, Abdul Sataro is not in danger, but with the black pieces Anish has defended, and with white pieces tomorrow he is going to play, means I feel like that he's going to play Catalan opening, and in Catalan opening obviously he is expert. He's like a big expert. So most of the games today are in favor. We will again go back to Pragg's game. Pragg is almost winning. Rook c4 was by played, and rook g4 and rook b1, rook gg1, bishop a1. Okay, what's going to happen here? Okay, if we give this check, king will attack the rook, so this knight should also come in the game somehow, because this rook is not attacking the pawn on f2, so the knight is free to play. So knight g5 followed by knight e6 is there, but before that we can just force him to go somewhere. Maybe give this check, king e7, again give the check, king f7, and if we give this check, king g8, and then again check, king h8, and then maybe knight can come on g5 square, or should we just push the pawn after all the, if the king goes away, then we can start pushing the pawn. That is also one of the thing, because this pawn is well protected. The pawn on f2 is also nicely played. I like the way Praggnanandhaa has played. He has kept the position under control all the time. He kept the knight on the board on f3. He never really moved it anywhere, so that opponent's pieces will not get any counter chance. The pawn on f2 was always protected because the knight was there on f3 square. So much of maturity he has shown in the game. Like great talent, I'll say. Very hardworking boy, and he came up from a very humble background, and he is dominating the world of chess since long time. Like since last 3-4 years, he is constantly improving his chess. He's constantly winning tournaments after, and he has surprised many people, like in Tata Steel also, which he played, where he got the chance to play against the big names like Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri. He played really good games against them. Means you must have seen those games also. Yes, butterscotch, 8 more likes. Yeah, no, maybe only 6 more likes. So Pragg OP will be there everywhere today, because he is the man today. He's the man today who is having great position. We will go back to Hari's game and Anish Giri's game. Anish is playing here. Hari is playing. Where is Hari's game? Okay, Hari's game is Gayab. Okay, here only I think I was looking at Hari's game. Let me check Hari's game. Yeah, Hari's game is here. Hari is making slow and gradual process. See, that's what we were talking about. If the king comes here, actually we were expecting that the rook will go to g7 square, but Hari played on f7 square. That is what he is doing. Like he is attacking the pawn on f6. Attacking the pawn on f6. And now if f6 falls, then g6 will also fall. Then e5 is also a weakness, and Hari is already having 1 2 3 4 pawns on this side of the board. And if he wins 1 or 2 pawns here, and if opponent needs to bring the rook to a7 square, or even the king needs to go there, then this will go, Miss King will come to e5 square, and then he will start pushing the other pawns. Yeah, Pragg OP in the chat, guys. Oh, the game is over, man. The game is over. Hari's opponent just resigned, guys. Hari's opponent just resigned. So Hari OP should also be there. The one more good result for us. Vidit won the game and Hari also won the game. Wow, this is good for us. Hari has won the game. Very clear, miss, very nice technique shown by Hari here. Like throughout the game, when he got the chance, like here he brought the knight here. He simply played this thing. He played knight a7, a very amazing move. Rook came on the 7th rank, and now he just like exchange the, this was a blunder by opponent, but even if he doesn't do that thing, still it was winning. Rook like end game, and then he put the pawn on the 7th rank. Slowly and gradually he started bringing the king up, and when his opponent tried to defend it, he he just attacked the pawn and he's going to win. Yeah, overpowered. Yeah, Hari overpowered. Vidit also overpowered. So Hari won the game. Very smooth game by him. Great technique. A lot to learn from this end game, guys. A lot to learn from this end game. The way he has processed, like slow and steady, like step by step, like series of small plans were there in his game. A lot to learn. Amazing. That's why he's said that he's one of the best players when it comes to the end game. So hit the like button also, guys. Let this news reach to more people. Make it 100 likes also very soon on our channel. We are very short of 100 likes. We are already having 94, so 6 more likes and we will have one small milestone. Now all the things are remaining here, and Nihal's game is also over, so only Pragg's game is remaining. Yeah, Hari OP. Pragg game is over, means getting over. We are waiting for only Pragg's game, and other games like what is we'll check out other games also. backroads game we were looking at this game. It is an equal game. I think this is also almost getting 40 moves are there, so I think they are going to have 30 more minutes and they will think about it. Yeah, Hari and Vidit OP. We'll check out. Van Forest is playing against this is Van Forest has become a very strong player over the period of time. He is from Netherlands and very strong player. Recently he won against Anand also, so he's having white pieces, but today he is losing. He's losing today. As I need to drink a little bit water. Yes, I am Marathi. I'm Marathi. Yeah, tomorrow if Vidit draws the game, then he will be through the fourth round. Tomorrow it's very important for Nihal and Harika Dronavali to fight back, because their games are very important. They have lost today, so they need to win tomorrow at any cost. The draw is not needed for them, and obviously Adhiban will be fighting it hard tomorrow because he will be having white pieces tomorrow, and he will find out some interesting. Yeah, he is Van Forest is Anish second, means more of a friend or second I can say. They are always together. Shreyan Sinha, hello Shreyan Sinha. Good to have you here. If you are new here, anybody is new here, guys, do like the stream, okay? And you can even consider subscribing to channel also. Slowly we are improving, and we will be having good content on our channel all the time. Guys, I need to take a small break. I'll come back because one more game is remaining, and we will wait for this to get over, but I will come back in just 1 minute. Just 1 minute, I'll coming back. Yeah, I'm back. Oh, Shreyansh Sinha, I forgot. Well, I don't remember all the names. If you are regular to my stream, then only I'll remember, no? Because I'm also streaming after a long time. I'm back to my YouTube channel now. Okay, thanks for being there, by the way. Whoever is there, new or old, thanks just for being there. Will Adhiban go with B3? Well, that's a very interesting question. Okay, this game is over. This game is over. The game has stopped. Let me check. Did he resign? Control F, Pragg. Pragg's game is over, man. Yeah, Pragg has won the game. Praggnanandhaa has won the game. His opponent resigned. Wow, this is something. Yeah, I was gone for a while because I had to take a small break. But Pragg has won the game, and with this, all Indian games are over. Amazing, amazing. So, guys, today's result, I just want to recap once again. Vidit has won the game against Adhiban, and then Constantine against Constantine, Harikrishna has won his game. Harika Dronavali lost against very strong player from Russia. You can see like here Gunena was a very strong player and she lost against her. Another game, Nihal was playing against pretty strong 2700 Andrekin Dimitri, and he lost against him because of one very small error which happened in the end game. Around this position, around this situation, he made a mistake. Like his opponent pushed his pawn on the dark square and he made this blunder of king e4. Maybe his position was difficult, but he could have played king to e2 and tried to defend the situation. But still, like I will say, like king is going to come here, and it's not that easy for white here. Already it's a very difficult situation. So he lost because his bishop was very passive, and in the end now Pragg won the game very nicely. Throughout the game he activated his rook, he played with his rooks. So amazing game. I will be analyzing one of these games, so do check out the channel also for the videos and everything. And guys, if you are going to leave or something like that, don't forget to like this stream before you leave. Try to make it 100 likes on our stream, and it will be fun to have you, all of you, tomorrow also, because we will be meeting tomorrow a little bit late tomorrow, 5:30. No, I will come around 6:15 or something tomorrow, but I will schedule the stream, and before that we will be having one video, very interesting video. So do check out the video. I'll be checking out other games and everything, so it will be fun. Okay, so thanks for being there today with me, and with all this good news, I'll take your leave now. Hari Krishna also won against his opponent, by the way, Constantine. So in all, it was good. 3 Indians win today, and obviously Adhiban lost and Harika lost and Nihal lost. So out of 6, 3 wins and 3 losses for us. So tomorrow we are expecting some more better results. I hope that Nihal will come back and Harika will also come back in tomorrow's game, and Pragg will just needs a draw, and Vidit also just needs a draw to qualify for the 4th round. So let's see what happens. Thanks once again for being there, and don't forget to write down India OP and like the stream also, guys. See you then. Take care and goodbye.